safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon everybody, and welcome to a very overcast and slightly breezy Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands here in South Africa. We've had quite a bit of rain today, and I'm sure you can see the clouds are building up once again. We thought we had found a break, but alas, as soon as we started getting ready for drive, the clouds started building and the rain started coming down. My name is Tess. I'm going to be your guide on safari here this afternoon. Behind the camera is BK, and we have started our adventure this afternoon on Sandy Patch. So what we've decided to do is accept the birding challenge from Penguin Beach, see what we can do, and we figured a good place to start would be up here on Sandy Patch. That's not going to be the only plan for the afternoon though. We are planning on checking Sydney's dam. I want to go past the hyena den. I went past this morning, but nobody was home in the rain. Not a massive surprise though. And of course we're going to see if we can find you any elephants, any buffaloes, any spots at all today. Would be wonderful. And we are going to see if maybe the lions come out onto the road a little bit later. With the rain we've had during the day, it does mean that the grass is quite wet. So we're hoping that the predators in particular might be relaxing on the roads or up in trees instead of flat in the long wet grass. It's around 20 degrees Celsius, so it's nice and cool actually, and that's also working in our favor. We're hoping... Barn swallow, that's one. Did you see it fly through the frame? So we're hoping that with the cooler weather we're going to get some luck coming our way today. I've got my lucky wild dog shirt on, so I'm hoping that also means something special. It's one of Mel's favorites. Mel's in my ear today, just by the way. And yeah, we'd love to hear from you. So if you have any questions or comments you'd like to get hold of us, please do. You can find us at #WildEarth on Twitter. If you're under the age of 18, you can pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Or you can register on the WildEarth website, head over to the channel page and submit your questions there. I think myself and John T are going to be making sure we can find as many birds as we can today. I'll pretend that the barn swallow we had flitting through the frame doesn't count. I think we should do sitting birds only that we can get in frame for longer than a second. Oh goodness. So you can hear there's quite a lot of different birds up here. We've got some sunlight breaking through the clouds. And in the background I've been hearing grey-headed bush shrikes, woodland kingfishers. Yes, Bella, bird challenge for the win. Jonty and I have graciously accepted, and we will do what we can to find as many birds as we can for you this afternoon. I'm sure JP will be contributing as well on Bushwalk. And we're excited to see how much we find for you. Hopefully with this gap in the rain we might actually get some birds that are sitting still today. I'm not particularly hopeful that we aren't going to get rained on because there are some massive clouds. This is quite a deceiving sky. You can see some gaps here. But if you go further up to the north on our right hand side, you can see some very big blue clouds, and the south as well has got some even bigger ones, and that's where the rain has been heading us from mostly. Have a look at that. So we've definitely got some more rain coming for us today. It's supposed to carry on right through until Monday morning in patches, so we will see how that goes. But speaking of, while I carry on to find my first few birds for you, let's have a look at what our weather is forecasted for the afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a very sunny Juma at the moment. Very good. It's just drying everything out. We did stop. There was a little bird party here, but they've all flown a little bit too deep in for us to show you. So I won't tell you the names yet. I was thinking of just letting Tess do the bird challenge. She's the accomplished birder. I'm just the giraffe. But welcome, my name's John T. We got Gert and Eckhart on the camera this afternoon, and we're going to go see what we can find. So this morning, just after we got hammered by the rain and we were sort of gunning it home, we actually spotted a leopard. Can you believe it? And so I'm going back to where we saw that leopard to just see if I can see where the tracks go, which direction, because he was right on the boundary, and see if he actually did cross into Juma. The only bummer is it rained quite a bit after we left, so there's a good chance it might have washed the tracks, but let's go see. You don't know until you know. Shrey, you're right, it's been too long. I think we'll wait. Tomorrow's Tlalamba Day. Just because I think where she's hanging out at the moment, we're going to need to go off-road. This afternoon off-roading is going to be very tricky, if possible at all. Whoa, chameleon! Let me go back. I'll let you shoot in front. The chameleon was crossing. Oh no! Let's test your skills here, Eckhart. I'll go stand there by him. I'm just jumping out. Do we get this radio? Can you still see him? Hello, chameleon. Hey. No way, he just vanished on us. He came in, oh there he is there. Can you see under my hand? Okay. Can you see under my hand here? No, he's just turned. Eckhart, if you don't answer me, I don't know if you're hearing me. Can you see him? Or was it too tricky? Shame, I don't want to pick him up. You don't want to make them... One of their defense mechanisms is to urinate. But he's busy climbing up. He might come up on the grass here for us. So it just looks like a crazy person digging in the grass. Okay, JP's found something much more exciting. He's found a lion. So you're going to go head over to him while I try to find this chameleon.
Good afternoon and welcome to Eco Training Pridelands. We've located a number of very hungry lions that are using the wind in their favour to hunt this afternoon. So we're going to give them a little bit more space than that we normally would when they are just lying flat at them. And they've got their eyes on some giraffe as well as an impala in the distance. Just sounds like the impalas have actually spotted them now as if they started alarm calling. There's at least 5 of them. There's another one coming directly in front of us. I'm going to introduce myself in a moment. I just want to focus on our lions before they might disappear out of our sight, and then we'll just see what they do from there. That's a very smart move of them at the moment. They're actually using also the sun in their favor, and the sun is actually from behind them towards where the animals are, and the wind is also blowing towards them into the direction of where the prey animals are, so that they can't smell them at this given moment. But on the concealment side, and unfortunately that little one, they failed, as that they've been spotted. We're going to go and look at our giraffe in a moment, but just on an odd angle, so we can't see them from here. But if I do just push over my shoulder and I look through the trees, I can actually just see how they're steering into this direction. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we've got Morgan. So to give you an idea, when it does come to giraffe, they've got phenomenal eyesight, and it's actually very, very tricky for lion to actually conceal themselves from giraffe. And we do find that they will actually spot them from a distance of some 3 kilometers away, and therefore a lion has to sneak up very closely to them. Also, when it comes to giraffe, it's really a dangerous animal to hunt, and I've actually seen in the past where lions have been killed. A young sub-adult male lion was killed when a giraffe actually kicked him. In some of the areas where I worked in the past, in the Kruger National Park, around Skukuza, we also noticed that they've got a very unique strategy, and that is to actually chase a giraffe deliberately onto asphalt or tar roads, and that is to make them slip because they know that they don't have such great footing on it. In areas like this, they'll deliberately chase them into gullies and in broken terrain where they can trip up a little bit more easy, and therefore try and lessen the risk in the process of bringing down a giraffe. But bringing down a giraffe also takes a lot of teamwork, just as in the case of buffalo. It's most likely, if they are going to try and go for one of those giraffes, that's going to be the baby that's in the group. As a predator, you never want to play your hand by putting yourself at risk and injuring yourself and preventing that you can potentially feed or hunt in the future. So therefore you always go for the sick, the weak, old, or very small animals that are inexperienced. And sometimes it doesn't go so well for the lions. Sometimes they do push the limits and then get injured. Good afternoon, Giraffe Cool, and thank you very much. And we're really happy to actually see them because they gave us a slip yesterday when we tracked them. But the thanks actually should go to Morris, who joins us every now and then as a tracker on a vehicle. And he actually found them early this morning, and he said to me, "Listen, I've got a surprise for you." I said, "What?" And he says, "We've got those lions that you and I was tracking yesterday." And that made it very easy for us to just come straight over here. Luckily, it's been quite a warm day since he's found them this morning. They haven't moved because they don't want to unnecessarily move in the heat of the day, so that they can conserve as much as possible energy. Well, we're going to see if we can get another visual on our lions, and in the meanwhile, let's go and see what the rest of the team is up to.
So we have got something very unusual happening here at Sydney's Dam. You're just seeing the back end of a hippo disappearing there into the brush. It's out of the water, everybody. What is happening? It's no wonder it's raining. So this is very unusual to see while the sun is out, but because there's a nice cool breeze and because it's been raining on and off every few minutes, I'm sure the hippos are feeling much happier with coming out of the water. With such sensitive skin, you can imagine. They don't want to be out in the heat. And so I'm very happy that we got to see this one out of the water and now retreating back towards Sydney's Dam. And just like that, it's as though it never happened. You can also see there's a lone impala ram standing at the edge of the dam there, looking a bit nervous, I'm sure because he's on his own. In general, just a lovely view. So while we sit here, let's just have a listen in case there's any interesting bird calls. Maybe we might pick up on an alarm call. You never know. But let's soak in the scenery for a bit. and a lovely view for our afternoon safari. And we're warming up nicely in the sun as we watch. So we had a hippo that was out of the water here at Sydney's dam. It has gone back in as the sun has broken through the clouds, but it was very cool for us to see one out of the water in broad daylight. It had such a shiny skin because it was still wet, and I'm sure because it was taking advantage of the rain and the wind, it was quite happy to be out grazing just on the edge of Sydney's dam. But we have got a impala ram, we've got some other hippos that are in the dam that pop up every now and then, and just quite a lovely tranquil view this afternoon. Again, it is deceiving. What you can see is a very lovely dam with some wind across the surface, the grass blowing in the breeze, and some blue skies with the odd cloud. What you can't see is a massive storm blowing our way. Very scary. But I'm sure we will show you more of that as the afternoon goes on. So I wanted to come down and see if there was anything unusual. The first thing was the hippo. The second is that I'm hoping for birds. Jerome, absolutely. Hippos will sunbathe, sometimes in the heat of the day, but this mostly would happen in winter when they need to keep warm, but especially if they've got calves. Calves are very sensitive to heat loss. And so if there's a pod of hippos with babies, you'll often find them out on the banks of a dam or a river sunning themselves. Just the only thing to remember here is that hippos have got very sensitive skin, so they won't sunbathe for the entire day. They'll sunbathe for periods and then get back into the water to make sure they're not losing any moisture by being out in the sun for too long. It's actually been a very long time since I saw a hippo sunbathing in this area. But where we grew up visiting, in the southern section of the Kruger National Park, the self-drive section, we used to see hippos sunbathing almost every day at some of the favorite places like Sunset Dam and those areas in the southern section. And it was always very special because they look so strange out of the water, especially the calves. They have a lot of pink on them, and it's very cute to see. So this area is particularly good for birding, so I am going to be looking out for birds to get in frame for you, so we can start our count against Penguin Beach. So far, most of the birds that I've seen have been swallows that have been flying very low over the grass, and this means that there's a low pressure cell. So when the storm is building up, the insects are slightly more active just in the grass layer and just above, and so the swallows are the first birds to take advantage usually. And you'll see them flying very low over the open grass areas, just like this at Sydney's Dam. And so if you look carefully, you will see the odd swallow diving in and out of the grass, trying to catch insects as they are flying. So they'll stay particularly low to the ground, and this is our first indication, using animals to tell us that a storm is coming within the next hour or two. Swallows are one of the first indicators of that. If you didn't notice the massive dark clouds looming, you could use the swallows to tell you that there's a storm coming. So if my voice sounds a bit funny today, everybody, I apologize. I'm still struggling with my voice. But I'll do my best to not clear it too much while I'm talking. I know it can sound a bit frustrating on that side, but I'm only human. But I'll keep it under wraps as best as I can. Conrad, the best answer I can give you for that is the reserves are massive. So there might be a good few kilometers between one spot on the reserve and another. So for example, where I am, I'm quite high up on a crest. I'm on the northwestern side of Djuma at the moment, on the boundary, on Buffelshoek cut line. And I can see that there are some dark clouds that are almost above me now. But Jonty, for example, might be close to Treehouse Dam. which is going to be a few kilometers south of here. Or he might be on Cheetah Cut Line, which is quite a lot of kilometers from here. And so with all of the crests and valleys in between, with the massive difference in actual scale of where we are, a cloud might be moving over me that might not ever reach Jonty, for example. But also remember that reserves are a lot bigger than you think. It's deceiving. 1,000 hectares might not sound very big, but it's big. So you might have completely different weather on 1/4 than you have on the other 3/4 of the reserve. And if you put that into perspective for the whole Kruger National Park, which is considered mostly low-veld, if you look at that area, that's 2.2 million hectares. It's massive. So you can imagine the weather that we have here might be different to Ngala, might be different to Lion Sands further south in the Sabi Sands, which in itself is 60,000 hectares. And so it's just a massive area to cover. So we might get absolutely drenched this afternoon and Jonty might stay completely dry. Or it might be the other way around. And that's also why often if we're here, Pridelands might be having a lot of rain and we get not even a cloud buildup on this side. It's a good few kilometers away. So of course your storms and your weather are shaped by the landscape as well. And so, for example, Pridelands is a lot closer to the Drakensberg mountain range, so they might build storm clouds a lot quicker than we do, and they might have more tropical seeming storms, the late afternoon thunderstorms, where at the moment we're fairly flat. We're probably 55 or so kilometers, if not more, from the Drakensberg mountains as the crow flies, so directly in a straight line. And so we don't get the same storm build-ups that Pridelands will. Some parts of the Kruger National Park are very close to the coastline, so they get much more humidity than us. I don't envy that. I'm not a fan of humidity. I don't do well in it. My face melts off. And that's not just makeup that melts off. It feels like my eyebrows melt off too. Not a fan of humidity. I can do the rain, I can do the dry heat, but humidity is my sketchy zone, if I can call it that. Leo, that's such a cool question. Yes, my hair goes horribly frizzy. I look like I have a lion's mane in the humidity. I don't know if you've ever watched the Harry Potter series, but in the first I think 3 movies, Emma Watson as Hermione Granger had very, very, very fuzzy, frizzy hair. Instead of the gentle curl, she had a massive frizz. So my brothers used to call me Hermione when I was younger, because my hair used to look like a lion's mane. So even after the rain, but especially if I'm at the coast at home with my parents, my hair goes very, very frizzy. It certainly looks very interesting when that happens. Goodness gracious. Okay, so there's not much at the dam. I was hoping we might get maybe an African hawk eagle or something here, because I know there's a resident pair, but that's alright. I'm going to keep looking. And I am going to be heading towards Gowrie Gate and then back towards Sandy Patch, and from there I'll go down towards the hyena den. So wish me luck, everybody. We'll see what happens.
Yo, we've just hit a band of wind. Oh, there it goes there. We're trying to see a little bird. There's a rattling testicular, but it just whipped away in the wind. So I'm glad I don't have to deal with the frizzy hair issue that Tess has to. I just put a hat on and all my hair worries melt away instantly. So we've just driven Mendoza, or Monkey Orange Road. We did find tracks of the leopard that we saw late in this morning's drive, it actually did cross into Djuma, so that's why we thought we'd drive this road to see if they met here, because it's quite a big block of land between this road and the boundary. And we have not managed to see any tracks yet, but this is possibly one of the thicker parts of the property in terms of grass wise. It's really thick.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We just repositioned the vehicle to try and get a little bit of a better view on them. However, it was a little bit tricky as there's a lot of dead tree stumps that can very quickly wreck your vehicle, and the long grass over here. Eventually managed to get a little spot. Unfortunately, we are focused directly into the sun. The ideal is always to actually position your vehicle between the sun and the object that you would like to photograph or to film. Just a quick little guiding tip that we can give you. And then if we do come back to the lions that we do see over here, it's definitely the Ngati Pride, and they also seem to have split it up into smaller groups over the last few days, or few weeks actually. We see that is due to a large amount of competition between the individuals within the group, and especially that there's a lot of young individuals that need food, and there's also a number of younger cubs. We often find that the younger cubs get bullied by older cubs, and they are so often the ones that come short when it comes to meals. As it comes to feeding, if a male is around, he will definitely dominate the carcass. If it comes to feeding and he's not around, the females will dominate the carcasses, and cubs are often the ones that will feed last once lionesses have actually fed. We also quite often find that lionesses will actually starve their own cubs in terms of food shortage. Rather you survive than the cubs survive, you can always produce another cub on another opportunity. There's even extreme cases where cubs have been eaten by their own mothers, or just simply abandoned. Another reason why we think that there might have been a split in the group is because of the smaller cubs struggling to actually stay up to speed with the rest of the group. And that might also have been a reason for causing that split that we do find. In the past, I've worked in areas where we had incredibly large prides of lions, and if I remember correctly, at one stage, at one pride was almost 50 lions, and there was just too many young lions inside that group. And the competition for food also caused those groups to start splitting into smaller units. We do find that they will occasionally actually will regroup, and we see that those relationships are always friendly, because we generally find that the females within a group is related in some way to one another. Where young males, they will eventually be forced out of the area. Normally mom will start chasing you, and then at a certain point your dad is definitely going to chase you out of the area, and they're forced to disperse into other areas, and often in their journey as they disperse they get pushed out further and further from the area where they were actually born, and they often get pushed out by other males which they get in conflict with. And as a young male lion, you can't afford to be in conflict with a larger male, because he is going to kill you eventually. And they'll actively actually hunt one another and kill one another when it does come to competition. And I've seen a number of fierce fights between equally sized male lions trying to overtake territories, as well as young nomadic males that sneak into territories of larger males. And the benefit of that eventually is that it actually prevents that there's interbreeding taking place within that specific area. And also normally by the time that the dominant male in that area will be able to breed and that the young females in that group will be receptive, it's normally a case that he's been pushed out or have ended his territorial reign, and that also prevents that they interbreed with their own offspring. Good afternoon, Momo. Welcome to the show, and thank you very much for your comment. You. At the moment, these lions know that they've been spotted and there's very little that they can do because there's no element in surprise for them. Good afternoon, Jackie, and welcome to the show. I'm sure to some degree they are going to become heat stressed, and that's why they're actually more active at nighttime, and why 96% of their kills actually take place at nighttime. We generally find that in the heat of the day they will go inactive and they'll go and lie in the shade, and we can often see that they will breathe incredibly heavy, and especially if the stomach is full, you'll even see them breathing even more heavy than normal, often to an extent that they actually have to roll onto their back so that they can properly breathe. And the Kalahari often notices that they will go onto the dunes and they will deliberately go and underneath the shades of trees over there. And the reason is that those dunes are exposed to movement of air, and that just simply assists them with being cooling. We see the same also in koppies or little hills, that they do precisely the same around here. In the meanwhile, let's go and see what everybody else is up to.
So I've got 3 surprises for everybody currently. The first is that there is an elephant, although he keeps moving, so you currently can't really see his face. Let's see if I can quickly pull forwards again. The second is that behind the camera currently is in fact not BK. I've got a surprise for everybody. Behind the camera today is Jason from Penguin Beach. He's joining us before he heads into the Lowveld for the first time. This is so exciting. So this is his first time filming an elephant. He's got a massive smile on his face at the moment, and it's making my day. The third surprise is that it's raining. But yes, I much prefer the second surprise. It's very cool to have Jason on board, so welcome him warmly, everybody. This morning and this afternoon, it's Jason's first time in the Lowveld. How exciting. This elephant is certainly more calm than the first one he met this morning. So at the moment this bull is just cooling himself down by drinking a bit of water. He's been splashing a bit too. Jason says thank you, everybody. Thank you for the warm welcome, especially those of you that love and enjoy Penguin Beach. Jason is expanding. It's exciting. He's going to come through the gap. Maybe he'll come closer. Oh, he's resting his trunk on his tusk. I do in fact have a feeling this is the same elephant bull that Jason got introduced to this morning, but rather abruptly as he was getting upset with us. BK, can I reverse left? Thank you. I'll get BK to check I've got the roof on and I can't see. Alright, I think he's going to cross the road. So I'm going to position us like that. No, you can't really see him at the moment, but hopefully, there we go, he's coming. Yay. So you'll get to see the big boy crossing the road. He is majestic. Yes, definitely, and must have a look at those temporal glands. He is secreting quite a lot of liquid there. He's been swimming a bit. You can see his feet are nice and wet, and his trunk. And he's just looking back at the moment to see whether or not we're following. He's sniffing us. Look at the trunk. And ambling off down the road. Frenna, his trunk is very long indeed. I'm going to try and reposition again. His trunk is very long, and remember with elephants, because they have got so many muscles in that trunk, they can actually choose to extend it or shorten it. So basically they can use their muscles to either make the trunk long and thin or short and fat, depending on what they need it for. If they're getting tired of it brushing against the floor, then they will shorten the trunk or rest it over the tusk. It's disappeared very quickly. That is quite impressive. Ready to go. Oh wow, he is disappearing very fast. I might get a gap here with the gorillas. He's used a game path, everybody. We'll just get a gap of him walking away, really. He's got a lot of dirt on his back as he's walking, you can see. So he's been mud bathing and dust bathing, and now he's hiding very well behind a marula tree as he walks away. Oh, don't hide. So I think he's honestly just taking advantage of in that nice, cool weather. He doesn't have to be hiding from the sun this afternoon. He can just carry on. Remember, a bull of his size, especially in must, is going to be eating a lot of food, up to 300 kilograms in a day. So he doesn't have much time to stand around and do nothing. He needs to make sure that he is feeding almost constantly. I'm going to move us a little bit forward again. I'm definitely giving Jason a run for his money this afternoon. All this moving. How does it feel, Jason, to film elephants? Awesome. Dark Maid Lover, he says it's awesome. The smile on his face is massive right now, I can tell you. It's making my day. This elephant's not making it easy at all. He's giving you a good challenge on your first day. Oh, I like it. There comes the confidence already. Come, let's move. Let's move, everybody. He's coming towards the road. I've just turned out, so maybe we'll get him crossing in front of the vehicle towards this marula tree. Okay, here comes our elephant bull. Right, we're going to see what he does from here. He's looking as though he wants to go to the marula tree. I'm going to sit and watch what happens. I think he's looking for fruits. And it sounds like the giraffe is tracking something. Let's head over to Johnsy.
So Tess has jokes. Interesting. Yeah, we found tracks of lions, but we're now trying to figure it out to what is going on, because there's much older tracks that have got lots of rain on them, and then there's some tracks that are on top of the rain. And there's a mix of lionesses and male tracks, and the last tracks that are really good are just up ahead here at this junction, and they actually cross back into Djuma. So we're going to go around to where we saw the tracks the first time, and let's see if we can figure it out. But because it's not a big section from here to the next road, so they might just be in the middle here. We'll go have a look. I also need to know, Has Tess started birding yet? What birds has she done? Because I don't want to be showing you the same birds as Tess, the comedian. Oh, really? Okay, that's FC telling me Tess hasn't shown a bird yet. She was frothing at the mouth at the thought of this competition. Yeah, you see, some of these are so good here. It's interesting. So we just came out here now on this road, and there are some tracks coming out, but the freshest ones definitely look like they're going back in. And as we know, the trouble with these lions, if they're lying flat, even in this grass, it's going to be tricky. They'll pull a David Copperfield on us. I'm going to stop here and have a look at this herd of impala, and we can tick off a bird. I'm sure there'll be some oxpeckers on them. Whoa, and a Birchall starling, a 2-for-1 special in the birding challenge. Eckhart just got to find there's the oxpecker that's hovered up now. If you go left a little bit, he's got one. So it's just on the far side of that impala. You might see it hop up. There it is, hitching a ride. There's another one's just come and landed. And there's the Birchall starling. There's another one potentially coming in from the left. It's landed there, look at that. So it's not far from here where we spotted these lion tracks for the first time, so I'm actually going to go. Oh, the third bird. Did you get those ones, Eckhart? Those are white crested helmet shrikes. Are they? I think they're still on that dead scraggly bush there. Yeah, straight in. There it is on the left hand edge. Yes. And a fork-tailed drongo. No ways.
It's raining marillas on this side, everybody. This bull has just pushed the tree with his head. He's shaken it up a bit, and probably 20-30 marillas fell down. And now you can see he's very happily picking them up off the floor and putting them into his mouth. And hiding his face. So he's actually being very precise with his trunk. He's picking up one at a time. And you'll see as he's picked it up, he's putting it into his mouth. But every now and then, he's not putting his trunk all the way in. He actually almost throws it into his mouth. His trunk doesn't get all the way there. There you can see it. He's just throwing it in. And so there's so much practice and experience using the trunk. He knows where his mouth is. It's like shooting hoops, I suppose, for him. So he's moving his way all the way around the tree slowly because the marulas fell from everywhere. And so he's just trying to make sure that he gets them all. And it's very easy to imagine why he needs to keep knocking the tree to get marula fruits out. If he eats 100 marula fruits from this marula tree today, 60 of them are going to come out, between 60 and 70 actually, are going to come out whole in his dung. So to get 30 marula fruits worth of vitamin C, which he wants to boost his immune system, but also it tastes really good, he has to eat 100 marula fruits. And this is why the marula fruits take such a beating this time of the year. That's why the elephant bulls are not following herds necessarily. Oh, look at the tip of that trunk as he's picking them up. It looks like fingers. You can see he knows exactly where they are. He's picking them up. He's looking for them, but he's also smelling them. He is a big boy. He almost looks a little bit knock-kneed at the back. I've been trying to figure out if this is the same bull that I saw this morning that gave us a bit of a mock charge. I actually don't think so. The bull we had this morning had slightly thicker tusks in my memory, but I might be wrong. Just love how precisely he's only picking up marula fruits. He actually took a piece of grass out of his mouth just now because he didn't want the grass, he just wants the fruit. Elsa, I would love to be able to hear how it's with him actually chewing on the inside of his. But yes, I could picture a meme being made out of him with nom nom nomming all of his little marula fruits. Must get very heavy on those feet. I can imagine a bull of his size doesn't really get much time to relax and lie down. They don't often sleep lying down. Oh, here comes the rain again. But there you can see that's why he's being so deliberate about where he's placing his feet. Every now and then he's lifting one and swinging it, or standing with his legs slightly off. So one planted on the ground, one slightly up. Just to try and rest the feet a bit. It must be exhausting. He's on his tiptoes all day. If you have a look at his feet, you can see kind of the bulge above the floor and then what looks like an ankle. And then it goes higher up the leg. That ankle's actually his heel. That's his heel bone. The rest of it is all fatty tissue. So he's constantly on his tiptoes. His toes are right at the front of the foot, and then it goes up towards that first bulge above the bubble on the floor. That's his heel. And this is one of the adaptations that he would have, just to help him walk very quietly, but also to absorb the weight of such a big animal. So peaceful watching him. He's very relaxed now that he's left the watering hole, or the little pan, I should say. He was hangry for marula fruits. I wonder if he'll do the same thing to that marula tree, bump it to get some fruits out. Kyle, I should imagine that at some point an elephant might get a nosebleed, but it wouldn't be like ours. So our nosebleeds are triggered from quite high up in the sinuses, but for an elephant that's a very long way for blood to travel. So I'd imagine if he were to get a nosebleed, it would probably be because he's got a thorn or something stuck in his nostril or a cut. I wouldn't think that would be the same kind of nosebleed that we would have. I've certainly never seen it with a trunk of that size or a nose of that size. I would hope that he doesn't get consistent nosebleeds. I think he'd bleed out in a few seconds. But I've never heard of an elephant with a nosebleed. It's a very good question. I'll do some research though, Kyle, and see if there's been any recorded cases of elephants with nosebleeds. You can imagine there's a lot of blood vessels in that trunk. It's an absolutely incredible adaptation. There are tens of thousands of muscles in that trunk, so you must imagine the amount of blood vessels, capillaries, all those things. So that's what I'm thinking. If he got an injury, he would definitely have a lot of bleeding, but I wouldn't think it would be a traditional nosebleed. At least he wouldn't ever have to worry about it going back down his throat. I suppose it would just, with gravity, come straight out like a funnel. Oh, look how he's resting that back foot. That's what I was talking about. You can see he's combination scratching and just moving, stretching the joints a bit, relaxing the foot so there's not much weight on it, and then he swaps. Look there, he's crossing his back legs. Renata, there's actually more than enough marula trees outside of the reserves to collect marula fruits there. We don't collect them here by the bucketful or anything like that. Occasionally, if you're out on drive, I know Lauren really enjoys marula fruits, so if you find a nice one, you can pick it up and eat it. But we don't collect them by the bucket load, that's for sure. We don't actually go out and collect any plants here. You don't really want to be doing that, but there's more than enough marula trees outside of the reserves that the people that do make things like marula beers or those kinds of things, they will have more than enough to collect, and they shouldn't need to collect in any of the national parks or game reserves. But it's a very nice snack every now and then on drive, I can tell you that much. But I wouldn't want to eat 50 of them, I can tell you that, so I won't be collecting them. Might not go so well. But they are very high in vitamin C, higher than an orange or a lemon or a kiwi. He's doing his best at hiding again. Oh, one member of Big Five to the next. It sounds like JP has got some very flat, sleepy lines. So while we try and get a better view of our elephant, let's go see what JP's lines are doing. Alright, our elephant bull has wandered off into the thickets. We're going to leave him. We're not off-roading today thanks to all the rain we've had. And so I'm going to leave him be. I'm going to carry on towards Sandy Patch, down towards Impala Plains, and just see what we can find along there. And then I'm going to bumble towards the hyena den. It has been very quiet there recently, which you can imagine, because the den's entrance, as much as it is well protected going in, when you are outside of the den, which is where we get to see the hyenas, we can't go in. the rain comes straight into that entrance. Whoop. Good catch. So you can imagine why the hyena cubs are not willing to come out, and there's certainly been no adults around. Thank you for the compliment there, Mel. I caught it very quickly. Alright, we are going to carry on. Let's see what we can find. Tell you, the wind is picking up dramatically. It is getting very cold all of a sudden. Millipede. I need to find a way to flatten myself in the car so I don't get blown right off. But I need to challenge the Penguin Beach team and actually find a bird now, one that we can see. We've seen quite a few, but all of them have been fleeting because of the wind. It's getting cold. I'm gonna have to put my jacket on just now. I think with this wind as well, we're also going to struggle with some of the basics like butterflies. There might not be as many butterflies and things out today. It's very tough for us to function in this wind. Imagine being a small, tiny little light butterfly with very big wings for your body size. Being blown around in a wind like this would be quite awful, I think. I'm hearing some birds calling, but I'm not seeing any that are perching. This open area is so windy. Might be worth inventing some form of windshield. Everything's blowing away. The love we have for the bush, everybody. What a fun treat it is to come out every day.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We still have Ngati Pride lions at the moment. They're still resting up. I'm actually quite surprised that they were lying in the direct sun. Occasionally, both ourselves as well as the lions do get a little bit of a break from the direct sun, as it's a fairly large cloud that comes and moves in and out of the sun path every now and then. Makes things a little bit more comfortable, and you will notice that's quite often when these guys do a little bit more movements. But you can see at the moment it's so warm that they're actually breathing incredibly heavily still. It's very unlikely that they are going to do anything. And yes, the element of surprise has been ruined, and we also just had a look back at the plains area behind us, and all the giraffe as well as impala has moved off somewhere else. But for quite a while they were actually staring at them and making sure where the potential threat is, and that they didn't hold any form of surprise again and attack against them. Once they were assured that they knew where all of them were, they all started moving away. And it's very often that you actually do find this behavior with prey animals, and it's generally referred to as a predator inspection, which they will perform by simply coming closer to observe the predator. Good afternoon, Maureen, and welcome to the show. In the case of females that are born into a pride, they will eventually be able to take over a territory. as that their moms will eventually make their way out in a hunting accident or being killed in competition with other females, or just simply die from old age. We also find that in the case of the males, they're most likely going to be forming a territory somewhere totally different, because they're going to be pushed out of that territory at a certain point, and they're going to end up in several other territories of other male lions and being pushed out of those until they're further and further away from the point where they were actually born. That asking of questions, Carla, has actually saved me quite a few times of actually walking into lions. And quite often when you do walk and you follow the trail, and then the next moment you see a paw sticking out from underneath a bush in a shaded area with a silhouette of a white fur around the black pad. And then immediately you freeze, look at where the animals are, and then back off and make sure that there's enough space between you and them, and also that you don't disturb them, especially when while they're sleeping, and especially when you're approaching on foot. That's also helped me quite a few times on the vehicle, actually finding them, because when lions do decide that they want to lie still, they can very quickly disappear in the grass. And we also find that quite often it's a case that if you do drive with a vehicle, that then some areas become so accustomed to the vehicles that they don't even look up anymore. And in this case, with foot that's sticking out, it just makes it so much little easier to find them. Well, we watch our lions. Let's go and see what Jonty is up to.
Now, it certainly does make it easier, JP. So welcome back. We've managed to figure out what was happening with those lion tracks, and we're still amazed. It kind of shows a little bit about like what Tess was talking about, how even on a property like Djuma, some areas would have had much harder rain than others. It seems like the most of the rain was in the eastern parts where we were this morning, but the lion tracks we found now seems like that was the rest of the Nkahuma pride that has then joined up with the lions that Gert and Tess saw last night, and that we saw on the way to go and help them get out of that hole. So we've decided to go back to the area where we left this morning, because it's been so nice and cool. There's a chance that the lions may have moved during the day. So the first thing we're going to do is just check the corner where the property exits to Chitwa and Torchwood. So you want to check there and then just drive Cheetah Cut Line a little bit and make sure that the tracks haven't crossed out before we use more energy. Oh, I was going to get another bird there for the list, but it flew off. It's also tough now, we've got a roof on, which makes birding very tricky with the camera. Like where that lilac-breasted roller's just landed now. You are never going to see it, unfortunately. We'll find another one. And what's cool with these tracks that we're following now, so they actually walk behind. Can you get that one there? There's a lilac breasted roller, so we can add that to the list for the bird challenge with Penguin Beach. With the tracks that we're following now, they look like they were tracks of at least one of the adult male lions, which is really cool. That's what we want to be seeing. Oh, no way. I'll pick this one up to move it off. So I've just taken my earpiece out so I can't hear anything. But look how small this little leopard tortoise is. Can you get that, Eckhart? I'm going to move it now. Shame, I don't want it to crawl out of my hand, but that is tiny. Shame, you've got to be careful on these roads. How epic is that little guy? That is so cool. Okay, I've got my ear back in. Jono, that is definitely a very, very small leopard tortoise. I would be guessing to know how old, but yeah, that is very, very young. It's quite mobile. I remember reading something once that said for the first like month of their life, it was a month or 2 months, they don't move out of 1 square meter. They stay in a literally a tiny little space. Some impala. How you doing? So our plans have changed with these lions. We kind of retook the bait. We were going to go across and go check up on Shadulu's den site, but these lion tracks have pulled us back in, which is fine. I picked the incorrect gear there. Thanks, Joey. It's because I heard that Tess was slacking and not doing any birding. I think we need to give her a fine. We're going to drive past some human beings now. How you doing? Good, man. Nothing your side. What's that for? Oh, really? The lion tracks that come through the middle, I'm going to see if they come out of the block here now. They didn't come out this morning. Yeah. I don't know what the junction is, but I think he stayed in that area. So as you go north on Triple M from the first road that goes west, he was there. Also lion tracks there. Good fun. Enjoy it. So we're just having I was hoping to gain some intel there, but not much. So I think he just heard where we saw that leopard this morning and is presuming that it's Shasha, which could well be, it looked like a young male leopard. Oh my goodness, Tess has found a bird. Please go see what she's found.
Jonty, I chose my path very carefully today. I can school you and beat you in one segment. So I've got a lilac-breasted roller that is hawking in the edge of the tree there. It's actually just been digging on the little periphery of a small termite mound next to the road, but looking absolutely stunning in this light. Silhouetted by the rain, you can actually see the rain coming down in the background. And quite a gorgeous gorgeous afternoon, busy shaking itself out after the little bit of rain we got, getting itself ready for possibly the next set of rain. And looking for insects. There's also a Burchell starling that has just arrived in the road. Looking for insects in the grass, possibly termites. There you can see lovely and glossy as it's moving towards the impalas. Maybe it's stalking the impalas. You can also hear a lot of birds in the background, so we've got a lot of birds in the area. I'm just waiting for them to come and land closer to the herd of impalas, but I'm busy scanning as well over the herd of impalas to see if there's any oxpeckers, because that is also a lovely bird to see, and I'm hoping for yellow-billed, not just red-billed. Ooh. Apologies everybody, that was very loud. I love the little nursery group right in the middle of the road. They're getting so big already. Lilo, I agree. A ground hornbill would absolutely take the cake today. I think that would be life-changing. I haven't seen ground hornbills since December. So it's always a very special day when we get to see them because they are so endangered. We can hear them occasionally around Baboon Pan, Twin Dams area. We used to have some that lived close to Gowrie Dam, but haven't seen them in a while. I'm busy watching. I saw a flash of a hornbill drop into the grass, but I want to see where it's gone. But altogether, everybody's just enjoying this golden light at the moment. You can see how much brighter it's getting. We've got massive storm clouds on the right of us, and then in front and to the left, there is not a cloud in the sky. How crazy is that as a weather change? So I'm sure this is a particularly good time for the lilac-breasted roller in particular to be hunting, which is why it's hawking on that branch. Because as it's warming up, the insects are going to be getting more and more active, and especially coming across the roads. It will be a great place to pick up things like dung beetles, centipedes, millipedes, anything like that. I can hear a fork-tailed drongo.
Chris, if you can't join, Bill, I'm not going to stay for too long, but you're more welcome to join.
Right, I'm going to spend a few more minutes here because it does look like the birds are becoming more and more active. Hopefully I'll find a good few more for you. Apologies everybody. It looks like, for the most part, everybody is just enjoying soaking up some heat. Whether it's the birds or the impalas, they're all nice and relaxed. You can see the impala's ears have not stopped moving the entire time we've been here. I think the flies, now that it's heating up, are getting a bit much.
I just spoke to Lance. There's one more dollar second one roll, one more dollar if you got it done. There were 3 different English sightings this morning, but yeah, but now for this afternoon,
So while we're sitting here watching them as their coats change color in the light, let's just listen to the bird calls around us. There are so many calling. It's like a sea of movement watching those ears. It looks like it's going in waves. can definitely hear a fork-tailed drongo somewhere. I need to find it. I can also hear some cisticolas. It would be a lovely addition to our bird challenge for the day. Some small little cisticolas somewhere in the trees. But I'm loving the sea of impalas. I think this light makes them look extra shiny.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We still have our lions, and every now and then they're actually lifting their head and look at what's going on in the plains area. I just noticed that the one lioness was staring for quite a while, and then noticed that there was a sounder of pigs which is approaching. So this is a strategic position where they've also decided to place themselves as this good visual in terms of what they can see, in terms of prey animals approaching, but also because they know that it's on a main water path between two dams, and they know that animals are going to move up and down on this footpath. The moment she dropped her head again, as if those pigs are now way too far again. I'm sure she'll be keeping a watchful eye over them as if they do come a little bit closer. They will make the decision if there's enough ground and cover, and then decide if they will actually go for making a kill. I think it's best that we're going to stay here for the rest of the afternoon, as there's a very good chance that something is going to happen, even if it's just a short little burst of a run after something that does move off. I'm just very happy because I do love giraffes and I don't like them taking giraffes, but they actually now have unfortunately moved off. A lot of giraffes do get taken in their first year, as they're quite vulnerable to lions. That's, I think, up to a statistic of up to 50% of young giraffes fall victim to lions in their first year, if I remember correctly. One of the things that we are going to I'm just going to ask that the question gets rephrased, as the communications just broke up there. I'm just going to ask if the question gets asked again. I only heard half of the question as the communications broke up. Okay, I've managed to put that question together, but comms did break up again. So unfortunately I didn't get the viewer's name, but I'm going to quickly answer it. So basically the function of that little black tuft is also to act as a following mechanism, and that's especially important between a cub and the adults, and then also between individuals when they are hunting. And the same function we'll find we also find that the ears, the black markings behind the ears, also form precisely the same function as a following mechanism. However, when they do turn their head towards you and they do turn their ears towards you, that will actually express mood, and that's normally because they're annoyed with you. We also see house cats do that, but however, house cats don't have black markings to accentuate that message in that case. With most of the wild cat species, right through from the smaller species up to the larger ones, you will notice black markings. Only ones that I can't think of that doesn't have black markings is African wildcat.
Okay, so can you believe it? Where we turned around this morning, the tracks of the lions continued, like here they are here. Literally 30 meters on another road that we hadn't checked, the one road we hadn't checked. But that's good, so we're back on that trail. Let's see where they end up. These are heading north now. Almost Buffelshoek Dam is up there, the boundaries here, so we've just got to hope that they stopped before they crossed out. I'm just going to stop and move this branch. Ooh. Okay. Okay, we're just checking carefully here to see which way these tracks go. Sure. So the last part of the road, they were quite hard, so they might have turned off. Let's go along here a little bit and just check. I'm not convinced. So we just, like I say, we're just double checking along this road. We did manage to find the lion tracks again. This is now Battalier Road, which heads towards Central. But now I'm not seeing any tracks. Did Tess get some more birds on our list? How's the competition looking? There's no tracks here. Robin, I have. It looks so funny. The big almost, you can't believe how the addition of a tail completely changes what a lion looks like. It was a lioness that I saw from the Martley Pride at Mala Mala. She'd lost her tail. And it was funny, I think it was her daughter, I can't remember, but there were actually two from the same pride that ended up losing tails. But this one that we used to see, she was a complete machine. She looked like bigger, I don't know, maybe she lost her tail, that gave her extra bulk. But guides actually saw her catch a buffalo bull by herself, which is no mean feat. So I've just come back to the junction here. I want to go down this road a little bit and see. Already I'm not seeing. Sometimes lions will cut the corners. But now this is interesting because the whole way we've been following the tracks, they've been like steady coming this way, and this road is now I'm not too sure not seeing any tracks down here. I'm just going to go to this little bend and then probably turn. And just, ooh. I think there's some here. It's so hard here. I can just see like, see there. Yeah, these now don't look so good, but we've almost got to stick to our guns because we know we've followed them, and I think the rain just in this section was a bit harder. Yeah, well, there we go. Okay. Thanks, Pierre. We will stick to them. I'm hoping we're going to find these cats dining on something. Oh, here they are again, yeah. There's also hyena tracks following them on top of their tracks, but now we're going to have to look very carefully. Also in the sides in this grass, we already know that some guides who are not up to scratch have driven past leopards in the past. We don't want to fall into that category. FC, what is that bird game still going on? How many does Boulders Penguin Beach have? We just want to show you this bird before we go to add to our little list. Eckhart, do I need to, let me just go back down like this. And it was actually calling now. A gymnogene, or African harrier hawk. That's a good one for the list. A beautiful, beautiful bird. You often see them going along these sort of dead branches, and they hang with one foot and then they'll stick the other one into like a hole to pull out. There's where he's calling. Yeah, they'll pull out whatever prey species they're after. That's trying to hide in the branches. You see, if they get agitated, that patch on the face, it will flush, like almost like a pinky red if they get agitated. A very, very beautiful bird. Thanks, Pranusha. Such a cool perch there. But I think we're going to leave this bird here and continue on these lion tracks. Because we've got the sun. We've got an hour and a half before we lose light. While we continue, you're going to head over to Tess.
So I have just left the area of Impala Plains. I'm headed towards Zoe's Road and Treehouse dam to see what we can find. I'm hoping for a nice brown snake eagle along here. I've actually just seen the lion tracks from where we had tracked the lions yesterday. You can see somebody's driven around them. It's from before the rain. So very possibly those nkuhumas that we saw, maybe they came all the way from the side and came along towards the dam. Because we had them just south of where I am now, so all the way up to the right hand side. Oh, well done, Jonty, an African harrier hawk. It's amazing. I love a good African harrier hawk. There's a really nice one that lives around Treehouse Dam. Seems to be quite resident there. I've also seen a few pairs of African hawk eagles along here, which is what Jonty had yesterday, I believe. But this area that I'm in is particularly good for brown snake eagles. So that's what I'm hoping for. As well as Wahlberg's eagles, battaliers every now and then. Seen one Martian eagle along here too. Alright, let's see what we can find. I'm going to be going through... Mindy, you want to know what the differences are between the kingfisher family or species? Am I correct, FC? The kingfisher species? If so, there are, like you say, differences in coloration. Oh, oxpeckers, thank you. Sorry, our comms are breaking up quite badly. So the difference is not just in the coloration. Obviously, the most noticeable thing would be the coloration of the beak. The red-billed oxpecker has the fully red beak. Yellow-billed has red with, yellow with red on the tip. They're also a slightly different size, but very fractionally, so you wouldn't be able to tell just from a glance at the size what species you are looking at. The easiest thing to note when you're looking at differences between the two is the feeding mechanism. So yellow-billed oxpeckers are much more inclined to do what we call scissoring, which is essentially, red-billed oxpeckers do it too, but maybe a bit less frequently than yellow-billed oxpeckers. When they sit on the side of, say, an impala, and then they scissor like this with their beaks right the way through the fur, and what they're doing is they're looking for ticks. But the biggest difference is the feeding mechanism itself, where a red-billed oxpecker will take the tick off of the animal and eat the tick, and that's the blood content that it needs, and then it'll move on to the next tick. Where a yellow-billed oxpecker will actively go to open wounds and pick off the scabs to access fresh blood as well. But they will also, when they take a tick off, they'll actually take a bit of the skin as well, not just the tick. They'll take the skin as well, and that's actually how they became locally extinct, when people started dipping livestock, things like cattle. Because the red-billed oxpecker didn't ever get to the skin level, it didn't ever ingest the poison. But a yellow-billed oxpecker did, because it was getting a large dose of the poison, or the kind of anti-tick, the dosing. It's getting that from the skin itself as it's taking wounds off of the skin, but also as it's taking bits of skin off with every tick that it finds. So that's probably the biggest difference between the two, is the different feeding mechanism. But it's so lovely that we have been seeing more yellow-billed oxpeckers, especially in the last week. I know JP's seen a few, we've seen a few here. It's been wonderful. Now pushing further and further, expanding their distribution to where they once were and are now locally extinct. It's starting to move its way backwards again. So these lions have definitely been on an adventure, because I can see tracks coming up the road. I could see tracks coming from Impala Plains, and they were all going down towards Rebecca's Road. But it looks like the tracks have been driven on top of, and they were from before the rain. So I know the Talamatis have pushed quite far west, so my best guess is this is the Nkuhumas. I didn't see very many smaller tracks, but the cubs are getting so big. You saw with the shot of the two paws next to each other yesterday, mother and cub. There wasn't much size difference anymore. They've already got sub-adult paws, even if they're still cubs. Big paws to grow into. Oh, it sounds like Jonty's tracking has indeed paid off while I'm talking about tracks on the road. So let's head over to him and have a look.
Thanks, Tess. Yeah, Flip, we are super pumped because we've been tracking for a long time. Gert, Eckhart and myself, and we're glad we stuck to our guns and we found a little pot of lions at the end of the tracks. How epic. And the one with his head up is a young male. And they are flat out. Yeah, look how he is posing for us. But we probably will move. We literally just found them just before you came to us. I'll try reposition so we slightly got the sun a bit better on our favor. But even this is looking beautiful, even with that grass. We should have actually measured the distance, how far they walked last night. I'm presuming, I actually haven't even had a proper look yet, FC, who's who, but where the tracks came from, that's where the Nkuhumas were last night, but we'll have to have a proper look. We are currently on Battalier Road, sort of just north of its junction with Inyala Road, Vulture's Nest Road. But it looks like there's a couple of young males. But yeah, the rest are all flat out, so we need to go have a look. Let's see if there's a lioness with no tail, then we know if it's the Talamati pride. One, two, three. I don't know if I can see 6 or 7 lions here. Let's look with my binoculars. 1. I think there's just 6 here that we can see. And I haven't had a chance yet to see their stomachs or not, to know if they are full. And what's also interesting is, because at some stages the tracks looked like they had joined with the ones with the cubs. The cubs that we saw last night walking past the vehicle. So they could potentially just be lying somewhere else here. Like I say, we literally just found these before we came live. Yeah, it does, hey. It's got like a little punk rocker. So look at that one's stomach as it flops down. It doesn't look too empty. And we were just discussing on the car if we thought they've been lying here since this morning or if they ended up here later in the morning. I mean, they look pretty comfortable. Just turn the radio down a bit. I think we're definitely going to sit here with these lions for a bit and try to figure out who they are.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We decided to stick with our lions for the afternoon as the temperatures started dropping. We also know that they're on a game path that goes between two main water bodies. And also with the wind, we knew that there's a very good chance that there's anything that can happen around here that they can use the wind in their favor to actually mask their scent and potentially try and make a hunt. However, we have now found that most of the animals that were in the plains area has moved off. Every now and then, you'll notice that the lions will pop up their heads and have a look around to see what's going on. It's amazing how well they actually can spot things from a distance. A little bit earlier, they were watching some warthogs that were moving closer. They then moved off, but they were too far in the open plains area and there was no cover or concealment in their favor to try and even make a hunt. A few minutes ago, we also had an elephant bull that came past here. We actually were hoping that he was going to come a little bit closer and come and inspect what was going on here. However, he didn't smell the lions at all. But at the moment, we can smell him because he's some 100 meters just behind us and the wind is carrying his full scent of musk straight towards us. An incredibly pungent odor, and you can actually detect it from bulls that are on full must. Sometimes you don't always smell it on bulls that are just going into it. And this is also normally a good idea to stay away from them when you don't understand what elephants get up to. And so quite often with the younger ones, they can be a little bit cranky. But let's come back to our lions and see what they're getting up to. Every now and then, you'll also notice that they do move and they love to kind of flop right on top of one another. And sometimes they even do that on incredibly warm days. And I never have been able to understand why. Because in heat, you should actually be incredibly uncomfortable. And to have somebody so close to on top of you.
So we just repositioned a little bit. And there was a seventh one. So we do believe these are the sub-adults from the Mkahuma Pride. But what I'm trying to figure out is where in this tracking mission, because they definitely looked like they joined up at some stage and then they're obviously not together now. And they've all got varying sort of stomach fullness. The one young male definitely looks like he's got less of a full belly. But I can imagine for them, the weather today has been perfect for lions. Not too hot. Big clouds coming over, even a little bit of rain. And now that's awesome. They're lying, they're dry, the grass is dry. They are just so happy. I suppose I better call this in on the radio in case someone else wants to. Come have a look at them. The stations, we managed to locate sub-adult members of the Nkahuma Pride. They're stationary on Battalier Road, just north of the junction with Vulture's Nest Road. Go ahead. So the one line is good. There's members of the Nkahuma Pride. We're on Battalier Road, well, just east of the junction with Vulture's Nest Road. I'd love to know what made her pick her head up like that, because it was with quite a bit of intent. Maybe she heard something. Murphy cat. Yeah, the light on them is incredible. What's the time now? 5:20. You know, there's still sort of just over an hour of really good light, depending what these clouds do. So it might be worth even going to just do a little loop around some of the other roads nearby to see if the other members of the Pride are here, and then sort of coming back here closer to sunset, because then they might get up and get moving. While we sit it out here, Tess has found some dwarf mongoose. Go have a look at what they're up to.
So I'm sitting at Treehouse Dam with some lovely little dwarf mongooses. So it looks like we've gone from the mighty Nkahuma sub-adults to some ferocious little beasts over here. And they're just enjoying a little bit of the golden light this afternoon. I think they've probably been fairly inactive in the colder weather, And now with a little bit of a gap, they're just taking the advantage before the sun goes down to do a last little bit of foraging, some sunbathing. And you can see there's a whole family that is coming out of this termite mound this afternoon. Now, there are quite a few birds around a treehouse dam, so I'm going to be heading over that way just now to show you all the different bird species. But this is one of my favorite animals and definitely one of the most efficient predators. And so I want to spend a bit of time with the dwarf mongoose family. I love the way they sun themselves right on the top of the termite mound. I've seen a few coming down to the grass to forage, but not many. They mostly just seem to be enjoying up at the top. And to me it looks like there might be maybe one or two younger ones there. I'm seeing some smaller faces every now and then, although I could be wrong. I can't see the big picture with the zoom. Absolutely gorgeous little things. Oh, we can quickly add to our bird list. If you have a look on the branch on the right hand side, there are 2 fork-tailed drongos that can add to our bird list very quickly, since they're probably following the dwarf mongooses around. You can see some fork-tailed drongos there. One looks like it might be an immature. The one on the left, you can see it's slightly spotted. Not quite as dark as the adult. But they've got a very close bond with dwarf mongooses. They like to steal food from them. Trixie, you're letting me know that their eyes are piercing into your soul. For the little dwarf mongooses, I agree. Dwarf mongooses are adorable. I love the eyes, I love the nose. I think they are amazing. And I think fork-tailed drongos think that the dwarf mongooses are amazing too. They're such efficient predators that these drongos are. Look how it's flapping its wings. It's trying to... it's begging for food. That is amazing. That's a first for me. I've seen that in many bird species, mostly things like wagtails, but I've never seen it with a family of fork-tailed drongos. Blowing in the breeze and begging for food. But yes, the fork-tailed drongos in particular are going to be staying close to the dam for food, but they also follow the dwarf mongooses around. The dwarf mongooses are very efficient predators, and so when they dig up something big like a spider or a scorpion, that is when they will be right behind, and then they can actually mimic not only the eagle's calls to try and make them drop their food, but they'll also mimic the alarm call of a dwarf mongoose to make them drop their food, and then they swoop down and pick it up. I'm going to spend a little bit more time here though and just see what our dwarf mongoose family gets up to, but it sounds like JP's lions are becoming a bit more active, so let's head over there quickly.
Welcome back to Pridelands. I'm quite jealous of Tess. I just love dwarf mongoose and I wish I could spend some time with them as well. But we with our lions at the moment, and they're still becoming a little bit more active as the temperature has now dropped and the cloud has started moving in front of the sun. So we've literally gone from the smallest carnivore in Africa to the largest carnivore. And if you ever wondered what a lion can weigh, they can potentially get up to some 240 kilograms in weight. However, there's some overweight zoo specimens that's recorded to well over 300 kilograms. We generally find that a full-grown lioness will be in the vicinity of 120 to 170 kilograms maximum. And when they're born, they're only a few hundred grams, if I remember, something like 800 grams or to a kilogram in weight, which is absolutely tiny if you compare that. When they are born, they're also born with their eyes closed, and it takes approximately some 6 days before that they open their eyes. And in that time, they're generally well hidden. So some of the social interactions which you can see between some of the individuals, what was happening in the last few minutes, is that they actually started yawning and as well as grooming one another, as well as rubbing faces against one another. The function of grooming, let's understand, as removing parasites, but at the same time, it also helps to build friendly relationships between individuals. We also see that they often mark by rubbing their faces against one another, and there's a gland on the side of the face, which is also often rubbed onto objects when they do mark things. Seems that they decided to start going back to sleep again, and hopefully we'll start getting the urge to start moving very soon. Good afternoon, Kenny. It's absolutely great to have them on both locations. Watch them every now and then that they will actually start looking up. We had some impala rams which was snorting and chasing one another a few minutes ago. It's amazing how quickly they honed in to the sound of that and immediately faced in that direction. We weren't too fussed about the elephant that came past, as if they know that if the elephant does find them, he's most likely going to chase them. But if you ever did wonder if lions do catch elephants, it does occasionally happen, and it's generally young or sick or injured animals. And what they will do, as normally it's found with a very large prize, where they will isolate those individuals from the group, and over a period of some 17 to 22 hours, they'll constantly harass them until they're so exhausted that they just start basically feeding on them while they're still alive. You also might have noticed that some of the individuals in the group has got incredibly dark noses, while some of them has incredibly pink noses. And that is purely because of age, and the older they get, the darker the nose will become. Welcome back to Pridelands. We're still with our Pride of Lions, and for those of you who have just joined, they are known as an Ngati Pride. Originally there were almost 17 individuals, but they've now started splitting off into smaller groups as the competition within the groups have become so much. And the reason is a large amount of cubs, which needs food, so therefore some of the females started moving away from the main group. At the moment, just resting up, and occasionally they will be looking up into the distance to see if there's anything that they can potentially make a hunt on. Also, the conditions at now is perfect for making a hunt, as we've got wind which masks their smell, as well as mask any sound that they can produce. But in general, lions are very quiet when they do start stalking. There's also a lot of yawning that's taking place, and that's to get oxygen into the muscles. And quite often what we'll notice is when they start actually yawning, they'll generally get up as well as start stretching, which is a good indication that they might start going active very soon. We're going to sit with them a little bit longer and just see what they get up to.
I have left my little mongoose family just in time. The rain has started coming down, so everybody's scurried back into the colony's burrow. And so I've decided to come and sit at the edge of the dam, and we are adding to our bird list. Got a grey heron sitting on the side here, very peacefully waiting out the rain. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if this flies off fairly quickly to find somewhere a bit more sheltered. But this is already very long for a view of a grey heron. Normally, as soon as they see the vehicles pulling up, they move off to the other side of the dam. So I'm quite happy that this one is relaxing on the dead stump. It does look like it's actively hunting as well. Watch its head. Oh, monkey's wedding. Have a look at that. Golden light. Here comes the shade again. And in between the rain. So you can see it is looking down into the water. It makes it a little bit more difficult to see into the water for things like fish and tadpoles when there are ripples on the surface from the rain. But at the same time, it's actually an advantage. So it almost cancels itself out because they struggle to see more into the water. It's a slight disadvantage for them, but at the same time, the fish and tadpoles and frogs will struggle to see more what's coming from the surface because of the ripples. They can't judge where it's coming from. And so this can actually be an advantage and a disadvantage for both. Quite a strange situation. But I love seeing grey herons. They remind me of home. We see a lot of grey herons at home, and they get quite habituated actually. Bellad is looking very soft and smooth for such a windy and cold day. I'm quite impressed. Quite impressed. They are quite a stunning species, to be honest. You know, to me it's a very sleek, chic looking heron. Of all of the herons, to me a grey heron has always looked the smoothest, the most fancy, if you can put it that way, well dressed. You can see there are some impalas in the background. It looks like it's a bachelor herd again. And they've been sizing each other up this afternoon. Oh my goodness, that is getting very close to the heron. I'm surprised it's not moving. Straight over the log. That was quite unusual. But with the rain picking up, I think the impalas are going to get a bit nervous and possibly move. It's a bit of a disadvantage to be right next to the dam because your escape options are limited. Where for the grey heron it can just fly straight over the water. The impalas have to choose, do I jump into a dam where there might be a crocodile, do I run and risk running into the predator or predators if there's a pride of lions? So they do want to be quite careful about where they go. There have been some oxpeckers on the impalas as well. Oh, I can see an oxpecker, the one right on the right. There's an oxpecker hanging off of its neck, the impala right on the right there, Jason. You can see there's an oxpecker busy feeding. It's scissoring with its beak, so it's going through the fur of the impala looking for ticks. There's another one for our list. I apologize if you quickly check about the binoculars if it's red or yellow. Red-billed oxpecker, very viciously picking off ticks. Oh, I believe I'm having some mic issues. Do I sound a bit like an alien at the moment? Oh, there's that golden light again. Now, to add to the bird list even more, dare I do so in one sighting, but there are also some blacksmith lapwings, our resident pair here at Treehouse Dam. The black and white birds on the bank there, Jason. Not quite the penguins you're used to, but at least black and white to remind you. Our resident pair on the water's edge. I'm loving this light. It's so tranquil around the dam, and with the golden light filtering through between the moving clouds, everybody looks so crisp and clean. Also got a bird up in the tree that is absolutely freaking out at the moment. I'm not sure why it's so high up. Maybe it's seen a predator. It looks like a Swainson spurfowl, very silhouetted at the moment. Certainly sounds like a Swainson spurfowl. And it's unusual for me to see that right up at the top of the tree. That tells me that either it saw a predator and it went up to the top, or maybe it had a fight with another Swainson spurfowl, and so they've been trying to avoid each other and it flew up into the tree to get away. Maybe it's just enjoying the view, but I doubt it. It's such a cold and windy day with the rain coming that it's not the smartest idea for a spurfowl to be at the top of the tree. Normally they'd be nice and sheltered under a bush. Goodness gracious, it is calling a lot today. It is a bit strange. I would think that there's a predator right here, the way it's behaving, except for the fact that the impalas are feeding, they're not worried. So I don't feel like there's a pride of lions or something that's about to hop out of the bushes. But it does make more sense now. The tracks that I found of the lions, if I'm thinking about the lions in the area, didn't look like the lionesses with cubs. So it makes more sense if Jonty's got these sub-adults. And it sounds like they are still very, very flat. We've got flat cats with Jonty. So let's head over there and have a look.
We just repositioned slightly with these lines. We're still, must say, I'm on the fence. I know we received the communication that these were the sub-adults of the Nkuhuma pride, but this lioness that's closest to me, I still want to see the tip of her tail. She's not showing us, because I believe the Telematis are also 3 sub-adult males, so there's 3 males here and looks to be 4 lionesses. But yeah, obviously that tail missing the black tip, that is a good feature to look for. It would be very interesting if it is the Telematis, because then they were so close to where the Nkuhumas were yesterday and almost walked on their same tracks. If we get lucky, the wind blows the flaps on the roof of Rusty, and some of the lions keep opening their eyes, but other than that we're getting hardly any movement. I know there's actually 4 young males. I see this guy's hanging his cooler box out the back there. But it's so interesting, the one male, he looks quite big, but he's got not a lot of mane. And it reminds me of the Styx Pride. There was a young male in the Styx Pride who was also huge, but he hardly had any sort of mane. Oh, the wind picking up a little bit. Yeah. I think that's how we all looked this morning when our alarms went off and we saw it was raining. You try and just lie upside down with your pillow on top of your head. Marge G Bar, I'll send you my bank account details. Depending what goes in there will depend on how I respond to that. No shame, these lions are so fast asleep that they would get such a fright if all of a sudden I hopped out of the car. Well, obviously that would be a very silly thing to do, but more than likely they'd probably get a huge fright and bolt, but you don't want to do that. Look at them, they're just so comfortable. Yeah, unfortunately I did say that, Mia Micah. I've definitely got a problem with my vocabulary. I was almost hoping no one would pick up on that. I think you just made Eckhart's day. Her car's shaking. That one's still got such a... No, not that one, sorry, I was looking at a different one. It's fine, you can stay there. So the one that's flat on his back. Look how light the underside of the belly is compared to the top side. But also his nose is still so pink. It's cute when they sort of cuddle like that.
I am bumbling towards the hyena den, hoping Ribbon or Heart are home. One of the two, maybe both if we're lucky. Auntie Bella of Swazi comes along. We haven't seen any activity here. I've been checking every drive and we've had pretty much no activity at den. So I want to go and have a look, catch up on what's happening. But I also want to show you the sky that we are driving into at the moment. So I'm looking for a gap so I can show you the storm. We are facing into the eye of the storm at this point. You're probably thinking I'm a bit of a jack in the box because sometimes you see me with my jacket on and then sometimes you see me with it off and I seem to be bouncing. It's because the weather is giving us a bit of backwards and forwards whiplash over here. Got really hot really quickly and now all of a sudden it's cold again and starting to rain. I wonder if I'll get a gap here. It's a bit tricky with the roof. I'll try. I'm going to get a little gap here. Let's try. So it's not the greatest picture, but you can see if you look towards the horizon. Have a look at how fast the clouds are moving, but also how dark blue they are. So where we were at Treehouse Dam, there was actually almost clear sky for a bit. Now we've come a little bit further south, a little bit further east. It looks as though the storm is coming to get us. Wow. I think when this hits us, it's going to hit very hard. So we better have our goggles and our snorkels with us. We might be underwater in the next 2 hours. Looks like it's already coming down in the distance. Goodness, wish us luck, everybody.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pilots. As predicted, when our lions started yawning as well as stretching, they were going to start becoming active and going mobile very soon. And that's precisely what they are doing. One directly in front of us was also just sharpening its claws and cleaning the sheaths on that branch. But at the same time, they also will deposit small amounts of interdigital scent gland secretion between the feet on those objects. And that will leave a little telltale sign about that lion, which other lions can then analyze by means of scent. Let's see what our lions are going to do. We see the other one is smelling precisely at the same spot and clawing at precisely the same spot. Nice big yawn, which is typical of needing a lot of oxygen so that they can start moving and going active. I'm going to try and follow them as far as I can, and I hope that they're going to stay in areas which we can actually successfully follow. and don't go into the thickets. They're very hungry and they're definitely going to try and make a kill. They've been watching the animals around this plains area all day long. Unfortunately for them, they gave away their position, or the youngsters actually gave away the position of the adults, and then most of the prey species all moved off. Thank you very much, Mona, and welcome to the show. Yes, patience is an incredibly important skill when you do want to guide, and even more so for a wildlife photographer. And over the years, as a guide, I've learned that patience always will pay off, and it's always good to sit and wait and wait and wait. Sometimes it's sitting and waiting at a waterhole for something to happen while assuming nothing is happening, and the next moment something will happen out of the blue. And those are some of the most memorable experiences I've ever had as a guide, the things that just randomly happen at the drop of a hat. So for the viewers that have just joined us, this is the Ngati Pride, and they've basically split it up into smaller groups. I was asked why a little bit earlier, and the main reason is the size of a group became too large, too many mouths to feed, and too many young cubs in the other part, and therefore it was just better to split off. One lioness is busy staring into that thicket in the distance, and sit and watch her and see what she gets up to. Very soon we're going to start going mobile and start following them to see where they go. When they do look like if they hunt, and if there is prey animals in the distance, I tend to always give them a large amount of space, as you don't want to startle the prey or give away their position. One of the other important things that I also make sure is that the lions never use the vehicle as a way of actually hiding themselves from potential prey. You always have to let things happen as naturally as possible, and under no circumstances should you ever interfere as a guide when it comes to the animal and their behavior. Also, quite a few questions which was asked earlier on about the black tips to the tail as well as the black markings to the ear. Now you can see how effectively does that work against the backdrop of this grass which is turning yellow. Just to come back to those markings, they're just purely there for following mechanisms, and they're also very important for maintaining group contact while they are hunting, as well as for cubs to follow the adults. We also just explained earlier on that they also sometimes turn their ears towards you, and that might be because they're annoyed with you at that time. You also should be very aware of the movements of a lioness's tail if you do sit by, or a lion when they are close by to you. That also will tell you quite a lot about what they are doing or thinking at that point, or they're annoyed or not annoyed with your presence. I think it's best let's start moving on and see if we can get a little bit of a better view of them. I also want to try and get the vehicle out of 4x4. Quite often when we do off-road, we actually have to go over quite harsh terrain, and then you engage it into 4x4, but there's better traction as well as less damage that's created to your environment. If you're back on the road, just take it back out. good afternoon, Renata, and welcome to the show. And it depends on how fast they grow up. I've generally seen there from 2 years to 2.5 years of age that they become successful in joining, but anywhere from 18 months has been recorded. One specific pride of lions which I was often looking at, they ended up being a little bit on the lazy side of things, and they grew up in a drought time when there was a large amount of prey animals that actually succumbed due to the drought, and they simply lived off scavenging. And for the first time that I probably did see them hunting was somewhere at the age of 2.5. When they do move, they are going to move into the direction of wind so that they can smell prey as well as mask their scent. And all that I'm doing is I'm putting myself onto the direction of where the wind is blowing from with my back, and they'll most likely pop out right in front of us somewhere over here. We're just going to stand over here and wait and then see what happens. It might take some time before they actually pop out here.
Wanted to stop and show you this really cool contrast of the clouds, the green trees and these dead trees. Hopefully that rain stays away for a little bit. It looks epic. We just came down to check in the Mlawati because I thought I heard sounds of other lions, but I can't see, but I can see tracks. These lions were walking all over the place. We're actually not far from... Ooh, can you get that bird? Was the roof in the way? At the top. Oh no! That is so sad. It's a violet-backed starling. It's just landed. Let me try go back. Because if the sun comes out again while we... No, I think this is not going to work. I can't go back far enough. Well, anyway. That's the way the body bends. Yeah, a violet-backed starling in this light would be so good. Just popping purple.
I think I may have found the largest bachelor herd of impalas in the whole region. There must be close to 30 bachelors in this herd. They're looking beautiful and really good condition, especially with the golden light, but my goodness, there's a lot of them. They seem to have been chasing each other around a little bit. We're sitting at Baboon Pan. I was hoping there might be a little leopard or something here, but it looks as though they have been chasing each other in circles already. They are starting their rut, their dominance hierarchy determination system early. It looks quite calm at the moment, but it's because the wind has picked up, so everybody's being a bit alert at the moment. But every now and then we're seeing a male chase another male, or hearing a few strange sounds out of them. But I'm amazed at how many males there are here. Well, you probably found this is a combination of a few different herds. That's, the males ended up splitting or getting chased out, and then they all found each other and formed one large bachelor herd, because I think it's very unlikely that all of these males came from one herd over the different years. They are different ages. They look like they're ranging from about 2 years old to maybe 4 or 5, maximum 6. But I recognize the one that's got the white spots on his shoulder. He's normally hanging around a treehouse dam. I've seen him with the bachelor herd that was there. Now it seems that he's part of a much larger bachelor herd. So I'm sure what's been happening is, as the rut has been getting closer and closer, the males from the different herds are starting to get much more strict on who's allowed to stick around, and so a lot more males have been forced out of the herds in the last month. Now they've all found each other with the bad weather coming. Renata, we could definitely do a game drive dedicated to antelopes. I think impalas would be the most populous of the game drive then. We'd be spending a lot of time with them. But we do see quite a few waterbuck, steenbuck, kudus, nyalas sometimes, bushbuck occasionally. So it would be quite fun. Even things like wildebeest would be quite fun to drive around and only have a look at the antelopes. I think it would be very hard for us though if we drove past a leopard not to show you. Although it seems to be Jonty's specialty, he just doesn't know to drive past them. Oh goodness. This is so peaceful. Now I just know there must be a leopard moving somewhere here. It is the perfect weather. There's food and water available. More than enough cover. And it's getting late, so the light is dropping. So there must be one somewhere. We're close to the Mulawati drainage line. Maybe Thandi and Maribs are around. I can hear a few birds that sound a bit unhappy in the Mulawati drainage line, just north of this road. So I'm going to head towards the drainage line, see if I can figure out what is going on there. But it sounds like Jonty is still with the lines that are very flat, and I suppose you couldn't really miss those ones since they were in the road. So we'll go and have a look.
Oh, big yawn there. Oh, it's interesting. I don't think Tess is too far away from where we are. It's definitely worth checking. There's lion tracks all over the Mlowathi where we went in now. And where we followed these tracks from was where Mamba Road comes out of the Mlowathi. And they've done a huge big loop back to the Mlowathi, slightly further north. And there's tracks all over the place. So it would be interesting. It would be very cool if there was a leopard in the area. But it's always good to see if a little bit of grooming, a little bit of yawning. Yeah, the old lion cuddle puddle. Oh, look at that stretch. Oh, and then a little slap to the face. Anna Maria, it's so cool to see them lying like this all together. There's been So that's what we're waiting for, that tip of the tail of that young. So this, well, I'm sure you all knew already, but this is 100% the Nkahuma subadults. I'm just listening to the radio communications here. Look at that, it's hard to see where one line stops and one starts again. Sometimes they get your hopes up when you see a bit of stretching and grooming and yawning. Often that leads to them potentially getting up, but it could just be the start of the process. So they might just lie still for another half an hour. But you're going to go to JP. It sounds like his lions are on the hunt.
Welcome back to Pridelands. Our lioness has just started crouching and stalking, and there's one that's just gone lie flat down and is busy watching a group of impalas, which is less than 100 meters away. We're going to sit and watch, and anything can happen from here. It can be either a very fast chase that ends up into nothing, or animal being taken down. So just as a precaution, if there's any sensitive viewers that wouldn't like to see harm coming over an animal, it's best to now shun away. But it's all part of a natural ecosystem, and it's very important for us to have predator and prey over here, as prey manages the predator population and predators manage the prey population. Over many years, actually, predators were actually managed within a large number of conservation areas in a man-made way by eliminating them to try and increase the number of antelopes and other prey species. I actually found that it was actually an effective way, so the prey species would just increase, and so did the pride numbers start increasing in size. One of the things that always amazes me is how quickly they can disappear and how quickly they can just disappear, go flat down in the grass and become totally invisible to us. Here we go. One lioness has now started running. And unfortunately, the impalas already spotted her, and they all snorted and moved off. A second lion now coming in. Let's see what's happening over here. Seems that they're reassessing and seeing what's going on. Just going to reposition the vehicle, see what's going on. Beautiful light on these lions at the moment. It's the loveliest time of the day. Still a number of impalas that are staring back into this direction, but keeping their eyes on the lions, just making sure that they keep. There's one of them that's just moving off on that side. I just want to see what's happening over there. One lion really thought that they were going to get lucky. I doubted, because those impalas were still staring at her. Yeah, that's always a lot of suspense when animals start hunting, and it's just amazing to watch them. You never know what's going to happen, and that's part of the whole thing. Is if you don't try and keep up with them, and you don't give them the space, and you're not patient enough, and you lose out on those opportunities. They're still now moving into the wind and using the wind in their favor. They're probably going to hope that somebody didn't smell them, and maybe somebody blunders straight towards them. I quite often have seen that in the past, where animals get spooked and then sometimes just run into the wrong direction. Also, when it comes to hunting, it's amazing to watch lions. They generally will use a wide range of different hunting techniques and strategies based on a number of things, anything from wind direction, but terrain, but prey species that they're hunting. Also vegetation, and quite often we do find that one will be sneaking up in the front and the rest will actually be from the back, pushing the animal towards those lionesses. Some wildebeest and zebra that was towards our right of our vehicle a little bit earlier, but they immediately reacted to that snort of impalas, and they now also gone. One of our other lionesses are still moving on the side of the road there, watching what's going on in the distance. I can at least see 1, 2, 3, 4 of them at the moment. Good afternoon, Brenda, and welcome to the show. Last year it was even more lush when we had so much rain and that tropical cyclone that came through the area. It's not as bad as last year, but it can still get thicker, and it was actually quite a bit hairy last year when it came to walking, because more than often the grasses were over a half a meter above my head length, which made it impossible to actually walk in some areas, and eventually we ended up doing walks on roads because you couldn't guarantee your own safety or those of a group behind you walking in those areas. So I want to see what these lions are going to get up to. Still busy watching something there in the distance. Some faint contact call there. It's not great if you want to try and surprise anything, but I guess the whole element of surprise has now gone out of the door. It's going to reposition the vehicle and see what we can do, see what they get up to. A lot of rocks and logs over here, so I just want to be looking at what's going on in front of me. And we're just going to make our way back onto the road, which is probably going to be an easier strategy at the moment. Lions over here, 3 of them to the left of our vehicle. It seems that they're going to regroup. We've also been joined by another vehicle. One closest to us seems to have a fawn in the foot. And quite often when they lift their foot like that and they start licking, it's actually to get that fawn or soft object out of a foot. We're just going to reposition and see what else we can get up to and see what they get up to. Should be very surprised if they do actually manage to hunt something at the moment because of all the commotion that they've created. Let's turn in here, see what this one gets up to. Well, we're going to stick around a little bit longer and see what they're getting up to. In the meanwhile, let's go and see what the rest of the team is doing.
So I am sitting at Chelapan. I'm following up here because Jonty said that where he is at the lines, which is just on the other side of the drainage line behind this pan system, that he could hear alarm calling north of Spaghetti Junction. So this is Twin Dams Road north of Spaghetti Junction. I'm going to sit here and listen for a bit, and then I'm actually going to go around to Nyala Road South, which is on the other side of the drainage line, and do a loop up there. We know that there are two different sets of lines in the area now, so the ones that Jonty has got, and then the cubs that we had last night just before myself and Wendy got stuck. And so we have this feeling they might be around. So while we're here, I just want to listen in case we can hear any more alarm calling. And then we'll have a better sense of direction of where to go. So let's have a listen. If you can hear anything over the wind. I'm not hearing any alarm calling at the moment, but I'm going to spend a few more minutes here. And then I'm going to go around to Nyala Road South if I still haven't heard anything. But hopefully we might pick up on some...
Right. Welcome back, everyone. We're still sitting here with these lines. We're just enjoying how fast these clouds are moving behind them. It looks super, super cool. There's more and more of them getting their heads up and a little bit more active. Oh, I just pulled my earpiece out. Just give me a second to get it back in. Okay, I'm back in. So when we're looking, if you look closely at them, you'll see that one's got a tick above its whiskers. If you look on their ears, on their chests, this time of year, walking through the grass, they pick up so many ticks. Oh, look at this, something's got their attention. Up there I saw a hornbill fly past, but surely that's not what's got their attention. But it amazes me, I've seen it so many times, where we sit with lions and they go from being fast asleep to get up start trotting off and go make a kill, or find a leopard or something that's made a kill that we haven't heard anything. Beamer, it's kind of, for young males, that decision's made for them by their father. You can see they get really confused when they get kicked out by their fathers. And within that group, there'll always be one that's just slightly more dominant than the others and might lead that group away, be a bit more confident. And with lionesses, they typically will stay with that core unit their whole life. In the Sabi Sands, though, we do see prides, when they start to get too big, they'll start splitting into smaller groups. Here, the normal average size that you'd see is around 10. But you could see when they get to that 20 number, 25, then they'll start splitting off, just because catching food becomes so much harder. So this one that's stretching now, just pointing the barrel at us. So he's the youngest male here. You can see the size difference between him and that one that's sort of lying down there. But these still look young enough that the males, the adult males, wouldn't be chasing them away just yet. But it wouldn't be the first time I've seen sub-adults this age already get sort of cast out. There was a breakaway pride called the Mungane breakaway pride, which then they became the Kambula pride, which is now hugely successful. But there was a litter, I think it was 12 sub-adults, and it was 10 sub-adult males, and they just got dropped. And ranging from sort of 11 months up to 2.5 years of age. And I don't even know what happened to them. The females managed to rejoin the Mungane pride, the young females, but the males, I think they all just dispersed and ultimately probably just got killed by other males in the area, or in fights with hyenas, or maybe even of starvation. It's a very, very tough part of their life when they get booted out onto their own. I mean, can you imagine 10 male lions running around together? I think that's illegal. So at least that young male that got up, he walked off. I think he went to the toilet. He's coming back. He's just lay down behind this little guarri bush. But what's good is there's movement here, which is great. We've got 20 minutes till sunset. It's typically the time that they might start getting active. It might be slightly earlier today because it's so much cooler. Sasha, I want to know why you're in a tree. It's interesting. So obviously when they hunt, they can learn certain behavior, but from what I've seen, even though sometimes it looks so perfectly coordinated, as if they've got radios that they can communicate with one another, they're actually hunting selfishly. So they will look at where one of the other members of the pride is stalking, and then they will try and get their own sort of line in on that prey. But where they benefit each other massively is they will help each other bring it down if it's a big prey species. And you can see when they catch something small, they fight each other properly for that thing. So often when you watch, you'll see it will often be one or two individuals that always lead the hunt. They'll be the ones that instigate it. And they almost, each one sort of specializes in things. You know, like people, not all lions are the exact same speed or have the exact same strength. So each one might have its own little role that their pride learns. I wonder what is up there that keeps catching their attention.
Some of the big males here can actually we name them according to the pride where they belong.
That's one way to lie down. Get those big eyes, eh? I remember that was the first thing I sort of remember when I started training, when lions came close, was how big their heads are and how big their eyes look. They don't even look real.
I know some places they name that according to individuals.
Beautiful. I mean, this lion's like 5 meters away from us. Thanks, J-Dog. I'll tell him as well that he's beautiful. Oh, when they look up like that, it's so good. That light catches their eyes. But so there's been this like patches of movement, and then now they settle down again. So we might have to wait for the second round of yawning and stretching. Because for me, there's nothing cooler than watching lions on the move. So there's another vehicle about to arrive, so we might see the lions prick their ears up, depending how smoothly the vehicle arrives. Very smooth. WildEarth lover, the lions would try and catch them. 100%. They would try and eat the oxpeckers, so they'd either try to bite them or swat them with their paws. You can see even this, the lioness on the left, well, she's not doing it now, but she was flicking her ear now just for a little bug. And if the bugs get more irritated, they try and bite them. So there's no ways they would let a bird land on them. I would like to see that happen because I think it would be quite comical. Another one taking a turn to sit up. She's got dark eyes, eh?
heading east into the drainage line.
Copy that, Tess. I think those are the ones that we followed this morning. They went towards Mamba Road, continued east. You got past those clouds are moving.
So I am driving along Nyala Road South at the moment. I'm listening quite carefully because this is the area where Jonty heard alarm calling from, and I have got tracks of the lions with the cubs coming along this road, and I'm cutting into this drainage line. Now Jonty says he did see some tracks here this morning. We're going from here going east towards Mamba Road, Mamba Link, somewhere in that area. The alarm calling, maybe they've done a bit of a loop and come back towards the rest of the pride. So I'm just driving along very slowly, and I keep checking down into the drainage line. I can hear a squirrel alarm calling and a woodland kingfisher alarm calling here. I'm sure you can hear that. It's a very constant sound in the background. Sounds a bit abrasive down in this section. I can see, looks like a flash of some kudus, but further back. I'm just going to swing a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't change things too much for Jason. There you can see some kudus. And they look fairly relaxed down in the drainage line, but they are looking up with that squirrel alarm calling. One is looking east and two are looking at me, so I'd rather trust the one that's looking east. There's more alarm calling. Something is moving there. I wonder if it might be the lions looping back towards Drakensberg Road. I think that's a good bet. Let me do that.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We had an absolutely fun-filled afternoon with a lot of excitement. Unfortunately, our lions missed. Unfortunately, when it came to taking down one of the impalas, as they started chasing way too early, and the impala spotted them and started alarm calling. They've now moved into an area where we unfortunately can't follow any longer. And we're going to start slowly moving on again and see what else we can go and find. We're just going to share some of the landscape with you, as well as the beautiful clouds in the distance with the sun that's actually reflecting off them. Good afternoon, Kindle, and welcome to the show. Yes, we're absolutely stunning. A little bit earlier, I was also asked a question. I was just being so focused on not driving over a log or a rock at that point because I didn't want to hit my oil sump. Unfortunately, can't remember who asked the question, but the question was, when do we consider lions to be cubs or sub-adults or adults? So generally between the age of 1 and 2, we still consider from up to 2, we can still consider them as cubs, and then from there on upwards, from 2 to 3, generally that is considered as a guideline to be a sub-adult from there on. So It just depends whose books you're reading and what guideline that specific book gives. But some individuals grow much quicker and therefore can actually reach sub-adult status from cub status much sooner, and some individuals will obviously grow much quicker into adults as well. It just depends on what is your resources that you have available for you, and most likely if you are belonging to a more dominant individual within that group. Sometimes we also find with certain species of animals that they actually get milk for much longer if they do belong for a dominant female, and therefore tend to sometimes also grow up a little bit quicker. However, if it's the same fact for lions, I'm not 100% sure. That question came through very distorted with the communications. I'm not 100% sure what the question was, if you don't mind to repeat it. It's difficult to, victim of nature, welcome to the show. It's difficult to actually classify to a specific age, but generally we say that anything that's adult has a much darker nose. But I've also seen adult lionesses of several years of age, which still has a fair amount of pink on the nose as well. Well, we're going to move off and go and see what else we can go and find. And let's go and see what Tess is up to.
There are some beautiful clouds indeed. They're a little scary looking on this side, but beautiful nonetheless. So I've actually changed my plan a little bit. I was going to go towards Gowrie Dam and back down Twin Dams Road after Jonty heard the alarm calling north of Spaghetti Junction close to the drainage line. But then when I did Nyala Road south, I found some tracks, and I had squirrels alarm calling and some very alert looking kudus. So I've come further east instead. I'm going towards Drakensberg Road. This is normally the area where we look for Kalamba actually. But I can see that there are lion tracks in the road here as well going east. Now I know Jonty was following tracks this morning from Nyala Road south, and then they cut back across towards Mamba Link. And so that's the area that I am going towards now. I'm going to get Drakensberg all the way down and then do Mamba Link back towards the Mulawati. Just to see, because these looks like the tracks of the cubs. Oh, joy, that would make my day. Wild dogs or a leopard. Wow. Yes, I'm wearing my lucky wild dog shirt, but of course with so few around it's only successful sometimes. It has days. It has days. But yes, I would love some wild dogs or a leopard. Especially in this weather, they are very likely to be moving. I'm actually not sure. We haven't had any updates from any of the surrounding properties about any packs of wild dogs recently. So maybe they've moved off towards the Manuleti or somewhere. They don't seem to be close by. Maybe they'll make an appearance for me. So we've been trying to find some more birds for you as well, but it seems like most of them, because it's getting dark so early, most of them are already roosting for the night. They've disappeared with the wind picking up and the darkness coming in at the speed of light just about. Check here in case there are any tracks at this junction, because it looked like there was a little bit of a cuddle puddle where I crossed the drainage on. As I came up onto the other side, there was a nice cuddle puddle where the lions had been lying in the grass, you know, where you can see the flattened section. Just want to check up to this junction quickly and make sure that we're not missing any tracks there. Don't see any tracks going that way, but they might have cut across the block. Oh my goodness, cuddle puddles it is, everybody. It sounds like John T's lions are starting to almost become a proper cuddle puddle now, so let's go and have a look.
I'd love to know which tracks Tess is following. So we're still trying to figure out what happened with these lions if they actually did meet up, or if these sub-adults were just trailing where the lionesses with the cubs had walked last night. Every now and again they're hearing something. I don't know if there's something potentially quite large feeding in the drainage line. Every now and again I hear like a branch break, but it's not been enough to make the lions get up and go. Actually look, they just pick their heads up and then flop back down again. But while you've okay, thanks Mel. Mel's just telling us that Tess is following the tracks with the cubs. It'll be interesting to see where they go, because those are the tracks we started following this morning, and I think maybe at some point they just veered away from these other lions, the sub-adults. But while we've been sitting here while you were away, the same sort of thing's been happening, a bit of yawning, taking it in turns. There's a big yawn. There's a waterhole not far from us, but it's like full of green algae. I don't know if they'll go drink there. We're not far from Chelapan or Spaghetti Junction, which is where we saw that buffalo bull lying in the mud wallow the other day. They might go drink there. I'm still just so glad that we found them.
Doesn't really matter much.
Jinlin, unfortunately I don't have any sundowners with me, and we're actually facing east, so that's like the opposite reflection of the sunset. I've got a flask of coffee, that's my sundowner, and some peanuts and biltong. So you might hear some voices in the background. That's the other vehicle that's still here. They're also getting super excited that these lions might get up soon. Maybe we should start taking wagers on what time. Whoa, there's one moving. I'm going to say in 5 seconds. No, I think we've still probably got a while. I'm going to say closer to 7 o'clock before they all get up. Okay? Don't ever listen to me again. So that young male just ran between the two cars. Now it's smelling Eckhart. Manitoba girl, so they'll have a healthy number of ticks that they should have on them at any one time. If they do lose, if they get another illness or something like that, then the ticks can become a problem. So you're not going to be able to see it, but there's a tree like right next to us, and these lions are scraping their paws on it, digging their claws in. So much for the 7 o'clock start. Yes! This is power. Get ready to drive. So it might be a slow thing. They might just walk a little bit and then flop down again. Jeez, how's that spotlight? Looks like a vacuum cleaner. So we might be able to go forwards around this. No, I think there's a big log there. Let's give these two a couple minutes to get up and follow.
So I've just stopped briefly. I thought I saw some movement going over the road in the distance. There's a drainage line in front of me, and on the other side is a crest. And I thought I saw something moving over the road on the crest, right on the opposite edge there. But I don't see anything with my binoculars, but I may have been too slow to catch it. I'm listening while I'm here. I've heard some more alarm calling here and there in the drainage lines, but nothing massive. And my feeling is, now with the weather coming in, it is starting to drizzle again. Perhaps the lions, particularly those with the little cubs, the 7 little ones, perhaps they are going to be hiding out somewhere as opposed to moving, because the wind is picking up dramatically, the rain is starting to come in. And so they might be starting to look for somewhere to hide. They might be moving just from wherever they are to somewhere slightly thicker, if it's not thick enough. So I'm just taking the opportunity to listen. You can actually see, if you look on the horizon at the crest on the opposite side, that misty look, that's the rain. So we are in for an absolute soaking in the next, I would say, 10 minutes. We're going to be stuck in that. It does look like it's coming closer, and it's coming from in front of us and to the left. So the reason I'm listening from where I am is because the tracks lead towards this area of Mamba Link, which is down this road and to the left. But they could also be moving and come out on Cheetah Cutline, which is backwards and to my left. Which makes more sense to me that they'd be going back towards Chitwa side, where they often stay with the cubs. So I've got to decide now, straight or backwards. So I'm going to try and make as well informed of a decision as possible based on what I see and hear.
So we're busy following these lions now. Look how cool this is, down into the Mlawati. There's one still behind us. There's also a vehicle with us, so I'm going to just try to be as accommodating as I can for everyone involved here. But now the lions have stopped in a tough spot for us. Yeah. Oh, this is a steep bank. Okay. Oh. Sorry, Patricia, I don't know if I just hit my earpiece out of my ear. I didn't hear the full comment.
They'll still just these and Gala.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. When we were quite stubborn, but I'm glad we were because it ended up being pretty productive. Look how alert they all are. I'm just keeping quiet just so you can enjoy this tense moment. Now, Sarah definitely is more comfy to lie in the soft sand, but we're just watching. Their ears are locked forward. You can see how some of them, every now and again, they tilt their noses up. Something on the wind getting their attention. It was the direction they're looking, so just on that side of the river, that's what the area we called Spaghetti Junction. There were Franklin's alarm calling. Oh, well, now it's about 40 minutes ago. I don't know if that's where, I did tell Tess. I don't know if she checked there, but they're very interested in that area. So Tess got a flat tire. She's having a tough run with vehicles at the moment. This Dickop is busy shouting at them. You can hear that sharp call. It's a thick knee. There's something so epic about following lines, and now they're just walking and listening. They alert, but when their attitude changes, yeah, it's impressive to stay with them, which is exactly what we're going to try and do. And I just hate that we're not as in tune as they are. I'd love to know what they're hearing or what they could potentially be smelling. Yeah, Mac, you're 100%. But look how in tune they are. They all turn at exactly the same time. If there is some sort of antelope on that far bank, it's potentially living on borrowed time. We've just got one more at the back here. Maybe horse lover. I tell you what though, if they catch an impala, we are going to see a ball of lions fighting, because an impala is not going to be enough for all of these lions. So it would be quite a scene to see them fighting for it. I wonder if there's a way. Ah, but it will be wet. Just going to reposition us. I want to actually see where this one line went up here. This is kind of what we were talking about earlier. You know how sometimes one might go a completely different way because that's where he thinks is the best way to see whatever it is they've heard. So the one came this way. They're lying on the road there, just blocking the way out. I actually want to see if we could not see. He's standing here. As you can see where this one's standing. He's going to follow the others now. Okay. I'm just going to move. Just going to let this car go ahead of us. Yeah, the blue beetle will dominate. So you're going to see another car, but you might get a gap of the ones on the right there. Or my back. My back. We'll just wait for this car to move, and then I can't move more out of the way. The lines have stopped like in the best place possible for that car to get past. I tell you what, it would be fantastic for the little blue beetle to be out on drive here. There we go. So we're also very close to being switching on the IR light. Let me go up the hill here. When they got to the top of the hill, here they all kind of looked southwards. So we're still following these sub-adult in Kahumas. I think we might get lucky and see them have a drink up ahead here. what I'm going to do is actually just nip around in front of them. Because it's always nicer to watch them walking towards us. If I can make it in time. It's going to be close. What's amazing is they're actually walking basically straight back the way that they came down. They've done a huge big, like, if you imagine a teardrop loop. So we're going to get a good view of them now. So we should get a view. They're going to be walking straight towards the side of the car. So the lions have come out at Spaghetti Junction. It's almost like they're retracing their steps from last night. It's so cool watching them walk right past us like that. Still 3 more to go. Bill, I think it's because they're not worried about anything else. So when they urinate, you'll see they do scratch their feet. They sort of scratch it into the ground. But yeah, when they're dropping scat, they're not really worried. That's not part of like a scent marking routine. That's just getting rid of waste in the body. Whereas when they scent mark and they use the urine, that's when they sort of scrape their feet on the ground. And that's done in a way to make the scent stay there for longer. So we're in an interesting spot now. We've got lions on both sides of the car and one behind us as well. So they've walked like 150 meters and now they plonk down again. That's it, giraffe girl. They need your motivation. The old brown ivories. Yo, I'm just going to put my. It's a little bit chilly this evening. Oh. It always amazes me how they do like these sort of leapfrog movements. And as usual, the sort of oldest male being the last one to move. So we'll just wait for him to move past us, and then I'll I'll reposition the car. Just to let you know, you might see the other vehicle will be using a spotlight. So while we reposition, you're going to head over to Tess, who's back on the road again.
Chanty, I'd love to use the Blue Beetle on drive. I think we would find everything in that thing. That sounds amazing. Yes, we're all changed and ready to go. I was on my spare tire on the front left, and it seems that the sidewall has finally given in again. So I've put my fixed flat tire from a few days ago back on. And we will see how it goes. Hopefully we make it home in one piece, everybody. Hopefully. So I'm also headed towards the Mulawati drainage line, but quite a bit further south than Jonty at the moment. I'm hoping we might bump into maybe Tandi or Maribs along here, maybe Shasha or Langa if we're very lucky. And just see what we can find as we're getting closer. Luckily I've got a strapping team of men with me. Not that I'm incapable on my own, but it's nice to have BK to jack the car up, and myself and Jason did the nuts on the tires, changed the tire out, BK lowered her down again. Fantastic. Smooth. Teamwork makes the dream work. Oh, bump coming. Paula, yes, honey badgers are actually nocturnal, and I've been lucky enough to see quite a few at night. Probably my best sightings of honey badgers were in the daytime, when the odd occasion when it was slightly cooler and they were hunting, and one dug up a snake in front of us. It could smell the snake underground, used its long claws and dug it up. And the other, it was honey badgers chasing a crash of 3 rhinos. Also daylight, but I've seen many honey badgers at night. This is normally when they're out hunting, looking for food, running along the roads, and so they're absolutely amazing to see at night. Very distinctive and very aggressive animal. I've never had one aggressive towards me, but I have certainly had a few interactions where I've seen them aggressive towards other animals, even lions. I'm just checking the trees just before I drop into the drainage line. I'm hoping my signal doesn't dip, but if it does, I will be back with you very, very shortly. Billy, yes, I know that I'm a naturalist, but apparently I'm a side job mechanic as well. It's a lot of fun though. It's something that we had to learn early on in the guiding career. The boot camp that I trained with through and beyond, you have to learn all the basics of a vehicle, because if you're out here and you need to fix something, you need to kind of know how to do it. Whether it's reconnecting the fuel cables or changing tires or whatever it is, you've got to kind of know what you're doing. You've got to know your way around the vehicles in order to do it properly. Oopsie, sorry Mish. I'm blinding Michelle. Hi Michelle. I'm live at the moment, but I'm going down that way. Can I bumble past? Thank you. Michelle, everybody. Juma's fearless leader. Amazing man. I hope he releases some books one day. I will read all of them from cover to cover overnight. But yes, you do become quite the mechanic, because you have to know how to fix all of the basics. A quick fix in the bush, because it's not just that, you know, you can get a mechanic out if the vehicle breaks down, but it's more that if you're out here, you don't know what else is out here, so you've got to be quite quick when you're fixing things. But anyway, I'm going to head towards Weaver's Nest and see what I can find along there. Right, let us see what we can find. I'm hoping that the hyenas are back at the den tomorrow. It's very quiet about them there. Very, very quiet. I'm about to go through another little drainage line, so I'm hoping my signal doesn't dip again, but if it does, I will be back in 2 seconds. It's a very quick little drainage line, so hopefully it's just a temporary thing if it does happen. But here I'm looking specifically for leopards. This drainage line would be leopards, owls, and those kinds of things. Possibly honey badgers, although they might prefer to be higher up looking for food. Right, I'm out of the... Hello, hyena! As I said that looks like it might be Swazi. Oh, but not going to the den. Going towards the drainage line. Okay. See if we can follow it with the infrared. Okay, so maybe what's happening at the moment, because Jonty is a bit further north on Twin Dams Road, possibly this hyena has smelled the lines and so is heading straight over the drainage line I've just crossed to go and see if we can find those lines on the move. Oh. Listen to that sound. That is amazing. Listen to the sound. I'm going to try and go around the road to where the hyena is. I hear it calling. I still haven't got a positive eye view. There's a hyena that looks to be following the rest. Possibly where the lions are. But it's so thick here. So I'm very close to the drainage line where the lions are, or where they were anyway, and I'm sure it's hot on the trail. I'm going to be going further north to follow. Okay, I'm just going to sit here and listen for a minute, try and figure out where the hyena went. It looked like it might have been Swazi to me, and I think it's gone down towards this drainage line and calling a bit of backup because it can smell the lions. So where Jonty is, or has been, and moving north, is probably about 500, 600 meters north of where I am. So very possibly going to find the lions. I can hear at the den. I can hear something at the den. Let's go and have a look. There are some holes in the road here that I've got to try and avoid. Yes, we've got some hyenas. Whoopsie, wrong one. Too many lights to switch on and off. Okay. So it looks like we might be having a bit of a standoff. And now I'm not sure if there's a few different hyenas here. It looks like I can only see 2. So I'm not sure if these two are having a standoff because of the den or because they're getting together to go towards the lions. They keep looking back towards the drainage line. This one that's looking left. Tail up, very interested in something. Possibly nervous of the other hyena. And so I can't see the hyenas. It's too dark with the naked eye and I don't have a monitor. So I'd love, as he said, marking, I'd love if we could have some help with an ID, please. If anybody knows which hyenas these are. Alright, so possibly the one that walked back to the den could have been Ribbon with no tail. I can't see that in the dark, so Ribbon could be here with the cubs. So we'll get a little bit closer. I don't want to switch my lights on. I'm just going to use my spotlights. Same looking here along the pathway. Goodness gracious, these holes on this road. Very, very, very big holes in the road. Very distinctive markings, what I can see in the dark on this side of the hyena, but I can't see exactly what they are. Oh, you can hear the cubs. Fairly small hyena, this one. Sorry, I know my head's probably in the infrared light at some point. Okay, it is moving off. So let me go around to the entrance of the den site and see. Maybe we'll get lucky there. Alright. Let's see. Should be alright. Hyena boy, thank you so much. Ribbon and Cacao. I really appreciate that. It looks like Ribbon is busy suckling the cubs. There's a lot of commotion and noise happening.
Edge forward.
Forward. Sure. Yay! There is activity at the hyena den. Now the initial hyena I saw that actually called and then ran off, to me looked like it may have been Swazi. But I may have been wrong. Maybe it's Cacao. I couldn't see in the dark without the monitor. But I think it may have been Swazi, and that one looked like it headed towards the drainage line, possibly going to follow the lions. You can imagine Ribbon is much more concerned with her cubs at the moment than she would be about the lions moving in the opposite direction. It is lovely. It is so good to see them here again. So I'm wondering if the other hyenas might come, because just before we saw this interaction between Ribbon and Cacao, we had the hyena calling, and I'm wondering if the rest of the clan or a few other clan members might come along and investigate the den site. But possibly what might have happened is Ribbon may have already been here, and with the commotion of the other hyena calling and Cacao coming around the corner, maybe Ribbon got a bit of a fright and she just wanted to set the record straight at the den site. Oh, this is amazing. Poorly, yes, Ribbon has been looking a little bit tired recently, but you can't really blame her. Hyena mothers are some of the most intensive mothers in the bush. Not that any other mothers don't care for their young. Of course they do everything they can, but hyena mothers like Ribbon, for example, they take the longest out of all the predators to wean. They have very high quality milk. In fact, it's the highest quality milk of any of the other predators. And she's got to produce it for much longer. Hyenas might only wean fully at about 1.5 years old. So it's a long time to be producing milk for cubs in such high quality doses. And so it is exhausting to be a hyena mom, but at the same time, remember, she was matriarch. She's had this overthrow with Corky again. And so now she's right back at the bottom of the clan, and so she needs to know her place, which means she won't have as much pizzazz as she used to, purely because she's dropped in rank, and so she needs to convey that to the other hyenas as well as to her cubs, because her cubs have now inherited that lower ranking status. Oh, listen to that squeaking. The cubs have become so much more vocal in the last month. If you can hear a drone around me, it is a massive katydid that's just flown into me. Oh, this is precious. This has absolutely made my day. I've been worried, we've been coming here every day and Ribbon hasn't been around. And only once that we've come to check has one of the cubs popped its head out. The rest of the time, there's been nobody home. And of course, if there's no adult here, we leave straight away. And so, I've been dying to know how the cubs are doing. And it looks as though they really are doing quite well. It also looks like the thicker black coat is starting to fall away and we're starting to see a few spots. So soon enough, we'll see some spot patterns for them.
So we've just looped around. These lions are lying on the road now, close to Chela Pan. And it was hard in the wind, but it sounded like a faint lion call east of these lions. And the two that are a bit further on the left, as Eckhart pans out, those two on the left, they got up immediately and turned and faced that way and are just listening. So I just actually want to sit quietly for a little bit and see if we can hear this lion call again. Just zoom in on the two on the left. Now they're way more alert than the others. So we've just been sitting quietly. We thought we heard a lion call in the distance. It got all of their attention. These two are facing the direction where the call came from, but they're quite, they're all heads up. We'll see what happens in the next few minutes, but it's always cool to just sit with lions, wait to see what they do. And Sasha, they communicate visually, so a lot of body language signals they'll pick up, scent, following scent marks. They also do have soft, sort of audible communication that they have between each other, but a lot of their communication is through body language. Often when you see it's amazing. Maybe moms get it too, but like when lions get up to move and the cubs want to follow, you'll see the lioness will just look back at them, and it's like that one look. They just know, okay, we'll sit down and wait here. And other times she doesn't give quite the same look, and they can follow her when she walks. It is really interesting. See that there was it almost sounded like a sneeze, and straight away so I wonder if those other lions are here. Whoa. So I'm just shining with the spotlight over their heads to see. There's a bit few too many bushes, but almost back towards Spaghetti Junction where we just came from. It just sounded like it. You saw straight away they all looked that way. But also it's interesting, you'd think that if they thought they were close enough to their mothers that they would start contact calling themselves. You know, that low. Sounded like something in the water at the pan here. but I can't see anything. Just thought I heard like bloop, bloop, bloop. Tess is still at the hyena den. You're going to head over and see what she has to say.
So it looks like family bonding time is going very well over here. Kakao has left, so it's just Ribbon and the cubs, it seems. We've had quite a few vocalizations, and for now it just seems like some lovely cuddle time. I don't think I could have asked for a better way to end the evening, to be honest. Especially, coming down the road, I was just thinking about the hyenas, and I just bumped into the hyena running over towards the drainage line, and because of that, here we are. What a special thing. It's so peaceful here. So I'm not surprised at all that Ribbon has decided to come back now that it's cooler. She's probably been sleeping in the drainage line for the day. Lola, I'm so happy that you've enjoyed the day. It has certainly been filled with suspense and drama and birding and it's just been wonderful. And it's so nice to see all the different animals back again, and Kahuma sub-adults, Ribbon back at the den site, elephants everywhere. JP had some amazing lions as well. And what a day it has been to share with all of you. Thank you for every single one of you for joining us. We really appreciate sharing the magic with you, and we hope that you will be with us when we're out here again tomorrow morning for our sunrise bumble, and we will see what we can find you. But we are looking forward to it, and we really appreciate you being here. See you all tomorrow, folks.